right. All right, it is 4 p.m. on January 21st, 2025, and this is the City of Iowa City Work Session, and want to welcome everyone here, and hello to my fellow counselors. We're going to start with item number 1, which is clarification of agenda items.
I am going to recuse myself from the first planning and zone item.
I will be also excusing myself from the last item from the agenda,
Okay,
the consolidated plan.
okay, all right. Anything else from the agenda? We're going to move on to item number 2, information packet discussion. We'll start with January 9th. We'll go on to January 16th. We do have a memo from the city clerk about the listening post, so probably need to get that.
Be great to get a couple volunteers for at least the February, maybe the May, and then I'll do another memo for the ones in the later
Sure.
summer and fall.
And I read this probably about 2 hours ago, and I don't remember. Were there suggested dates, or was it just the months?
Just the months, and then I'll work with the two. So February,
what-
and February would be the first one, and then May is the one following.
I
Do
haven't.
you have the place where it's gonna be?
You guys get to choose that.
Oh, okay.
So.
I'd be willing to do February. It's been a while since I've done it.
It's been a while since I've done it as well. Has anyone not done one yet?
I was just going to say there is also the USG. It's not officially one of our forums, but our listening session, but that is, I believe, February 11th. So I don't know if that is an opportunity to do sort of listening posts for students, or we want to do it 2 February sessions.
That's a long night.
Yeah,
I will say.
yeah. And if anybody wants, I agreed to do that. I don't know if somebody else wanted to go with me to that USG forum.
Don't we all go?
All
We all go.
going?
Oh, we all go.
Yeah.
Yes, we all go.
Ah,
I do have a conflict that night where I'm not able to go to the USG.
okay.
Okay.
But in the past, I think all of us have been invited.
We
Okay,
used to, all
I
of us.
misunderstood our last
Yeah.
discussion. I'm glad that we're talking about this now. So
Okay.
everyone except for Mayor Teague is going?
This year, yeah.
Okay.
Last year, we had a issue with notice not going out enough, so we didn't all go last year. So that was would have been your first year on. so
Okay.
it's probably-
Oh, right.
I guess maybe we can just determine who wants to do a listening session, and then if it ends up being student-related or something else, I guess whoever is doing the listening session can determine that and just report to the council, this is what they're doing, and of course, council can give thoughts and comments at that point.
I'm happy to hop into either February or May, though. More than glad.
Yeah, I haven't done one in a while, so I can probably do one in February. And then, you want to do February? Sure. Okay. Let's go ahead and set up May if people are interested.
Sign up for May.
I do a May as well. I did one fall, but it's time again.
Okay. Are you all okay with that, the two that are not? Okay. So we'll just, those are the February and Mays, and then we'll figure it out from there.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Anything else from January 16th?
I just want to say on IP3, which was the memo from Assistant City Manager Kirk Lehman, it was a really good breakdown of where our money is that we have currently, the suggestions for moving it, some pieces of it into other funding streams or ways of paying, particularly for LIHTC. But I was also struck by just the commentary about us needing roughly 4,600 new dwelling units by 2030. And so usually Councilor Moe makes this stand, but I'll just sort of do it in his stead or for my own sake, whatever. That this is just something that ongoing, even while we're facing, rough couple of years budget-wise, we really need to be creative, deliberate, and welcoming for getting our housing stock up across the board, because we're going to have many more residents who are going to need places to live in Iowa City in the next 65 years. So,
I want to highlight the IB, I think 6, it is housing. The city manager really prepared almost $15 million we can use to do affordable housing, and this is great. So even though some monies have to be like allocated to certain projects like Riverfront Crossing, where you have to spend it there, but there is some like loose money that we can decide what we want to do. I just want to mention that. So I don't know when we're gonna talk about this, but
I was going to say that it would be great to actually sort of sit and brainstorm.
exactly. So we have here where the money come from, and that's always obstacles. Thank you, city manager, for like putting this together so we can see it. And I guess we need just some time to talk about this.
Agreed.
And I do have one more IP comment. It was IP9, and it was a fantastic report by the Johnson County Master Gardeners with all of their activities that they have been doing and over years, but this was their annual report, it looked like, and I thought it was really quite wonderful. But one of the things that struck me, and that I have a question actually to see if maybe we can reach out to them, is that there was a section that's on partner activities, and that's where there's the South District, and there are several other activities. But one thing that I caught in this was within the last year and a half, probably a year, there was some public comment by a resident here who took it upon himself with some friends to clean up Ralston Creek because there was so much
Garbage.
stuff and garbage and everything, and I was wondering if this might be something that we could work with them. Maybe Master Gardeners could, or the city somehow could, if there could be some kind of a conversation about adding this as a place where we could actually do a sustained cleanup effort, or if there's another entity like this, just because I know that that was something that was heartening that we have people doing it, and then also disheartening because from their perspective that we weren't. So it occurred to me, and I was just hoping that we might be able to pursue that.
I love the idea. I know there are groups of people who clean up the Iowa River every year, and they take canoes and sometimes tons of trash out of it, and I'm certain some of that trash is coming from Ralston Creek at some point. So maybe finding a way to connect all those groups and encourage the city to engage too would be the right way to get a lot more done.
Yeah, so I think I'm seeing some heads nodding that we would love staff to follow up and maybe even talk to our own department and see what those cleanup efforts are.
Yeah, just really quickly, the river and creek cleanups are things that we're involved with on a regular basis. We can report out on how we've engaged on that over the last couple of years. I don't think the Master Gardeners would probably be the group that we would typically utilize to do the waterway cleanups, but there's probably some overlap with other groups that we can explore. So we do that through our stormwater offerings, and happy to report on that in the future.
Thanks for letting me take that piece of yarn, because it really was just reading that report and being like, oh, what about? And I appreciate that it's like, right idea, maybe not the right vehicle. But that would be great if we could find out more.
To return to IP3 that Councilor Alter brought up and Councilor Salah also discussed, is that something that we should be putting on a work session agenda to digest that IP memo from the Assistant City Manager regarding the Affordable Housing Fund? Is that something you need council direction on or want a public discussion about, or is this more of an FYI?
Yeah, we placed this actually under your next work session agenda, which is the fiscal year 26 budget, because that's where this discussion originally originated from. So you're free to talk about it tonight, but if you need more time, you can certainly put it on any future work session agenda as well. I would say for all of these funds, maybe minus one or two, the staff has work plans associated with them, or we've put forward efforts to contemplate how best to invest those dollars, but we, of course, would welcome and appreciate any guidance from the council. So if you've got thoughts on how these should be expended, then absolutely, we can talk about it tonight, or we could schedule on a different work session.
I believe that our strategic plan sets out kind of high-level goals for the staff to pursue housing opportunities. We're a community that does a lot of scattershot housing. We try to distribute affordable housing throughout the city, and I feel like that's staff's job, is to do the digging on that and come up with great solutions. But I don't know if we need, doesn't sound like we need.
Well, Jeff, would you feel prepared tonight to maybe go through those different funding sources? Like you say, you have kind of work plans, and just connect the dots a little bit for us, and maybe we can brainstorm some prioritization around that?
Sure, happy to.
Have time?
Yeah. You want to do that now, or do you want to wait till we get into that work session item?
If we can wait till we get in the budget discussion, because I think that's where
Yeah.
we can talk about that. So we'll come back to that.
For the, I don't know which IB we are in.
January 16th.
Still, I even jumped to January 21 when I talk about the housing, right? Because that was not January 16.
was in
19th,
both.
I think it was,
Or 16th, yeah.
You're right. Maz, it was
last
in there.
Friday.
It was on that one
Or
too.
Thursday.
Okay.
There's another IP you want to talk about?
No, but not this one.
Okay.
January 20. Oh,
So yeah, it would just be January 16th. Okay, all right. Anything else from the information packets?
I guess just, it's still in January 16th, the IP8, which was about floodplain management, provided an annual progress report. That's not something that I remember us looking at. I'm sure it's been in IPs if it's an annual report. One of the recommendations just at the very end of that memo was about just how jurisdictions should work with emergency management, and that, the comprehensive planning process can, I think, help inform some of that. Is that anything we need to, I don't know, be aware of or have any more input from council on? It's just for our information.
Just for your information, yeah.
Thank you.
I want to talk also of the IB6. I mixed it up last time. I want to talk about the unsheltered people. So here I see, as of October 31st, 2024, hard point in time count, and this is a required count conducted across the county of shelter and unsheltered people experience homeless on a single night. And in January 2023, the count was 160 sheltered and 18 unsheltered individuals in Johnson County. In 2024, the count was 159 sheltered and 22 unsheltered individuals in Johnson County. And I think there is another count will happen this month. And maybe next time we can get that. But I just want to highlight, this also is not covering a lot of people who are not reporting themselves as like unsheltered people. So, and there is some people, they are not just go there and say I'm homeless or anything. But this is also, it reflects there is a lot of people need help. That's why we need to be aggressive in figuring out housing for those people. And also, it's very cold. I don't know, even after this emergency shelter ended, we need also to focus on what we're gonna do. Yeah. And for housing authority, I think we're doing great, but still there is a lot of people they need in the waiting list. And so, yeah, the need is great. That's what I want to say.
Yes, it is. Mhm. Anything else? We're going to move on to item number 3, University of Iowa student government updates. Welcome, USG.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi, guys. So we're back for the semester. Hopefully our senators have taken this time to relax, come up with some new ideas. We're really excited to do some more advocacy work and pursue other initiatives with the city. Town Hall is less than 4 weeks away. It's going to be like Councilor Mo said, February 11th. It's going to be at 7 p.m. in the Ritchie Ballroom of the IMU. We're excited to host Sioux City councilors again, and it's going to be like an open discussion forum with our student government members. Like last year, there will be refreshments and time to socialize after the main event. Our president and vice president have recently tackled a downtown coat check initiative, which successfully started this past weekend. USG allowed downtown goers to wear their coats while outside, drop them off, and then pick them up. This has also served as a paid opportunity for our senators working the coat check from 10 p.m. to 2:30 a.m.
And then we are on the We are on the downward slope of this administration. We still need to finish 4 individual councilor meetings, 5 pending the local election. We will schedule the rest of those meetings in the coming weeks. And then just another more personal update, I've been invited to serve on the steering committee for the IC Comprehensive Plan Update, so I'm super excited for that. And that's all.
Welcome back.
Yes, yes, welcome back. And so sorry I'm not available to come on to the town hall.
It's okay. Thank you for letting us know in advance, but
Yes.
we better see all of you there.
Yes.
And happy to hear about that code check. I knew that was on the docket, so yes, all right. We're going to move on to item number 4, comprehensive plan update kickoff presentation. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Ann Russett with Neighborhood and Development Services. Tonight, I would just like to introduce Chris Shires, who's here from Confluence Planning and Design. He's part of our consultant team that's going to be helping us with this update, and he has prepared a presentation for us tonight. So I'm going to just turn it over to Chris.
Great, welcome, Chris.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, thank you so much for giving me a little bit of time to meet with you. My name is Christopher Shires, Principal and Vice President with Confluence, as Ann told you, and I do have a brief presentation to run through as far as part of our update process to your comprehensive plan. And I would say it's fair, if you want to hold questions at the end, that's great, or if you want to interrupt me as I go along and ask a question, also feel free. I'm here to assist you through this. And so this plan update is building upon your past great planning efforts and work, so we're updating your current comprehensive plan, but not forgetting about all those other plans and documents that you have created as a community. We have broken this process, which takes a little more than a year and a half long, into 5 steps, 5 phases. And so I'm going to run through these briefly. Phase 1, which is what we're starting right now, is where we're doing that existing assessment. We've met with your city staff, and we have a regular check-in meeting with them. We have a plan for making sure we're reaching out to the community, representing you well to your public. Tomorrow night, we have a kickoff meeting with the steering committee. We're going to continue on with reviewing plans. And then, of course, just like tonight, we'll be available for a variety of check-in meetings with you as the council, periodically as needed. And then we will have a project website to house information on this plan update, linking to your city website, of course, and it's also a tool for engagement. We'll be conducting a statistically valid survey through ETC, and then after we have all this information, wrapping it back up with the steering committee to tell them what we've heard and analyzed so far. And then, of course, we'd like to do a joint workshop with yourselves as well as your planning commission to give you our initial assessment. And right now, we've tentatively scheduled that for May 6th. That looks like that was the best date for everybody's calendar. And then in phase 2, that's when we reach out to the community. That's when we reach out to the members of the public to make sure we're hearing from all voices before we do any drafting, before there's any thought to the plan update. This is where we go live with our online engagement activities for our project website. We hold a series of community listening sessions early on to understand those important topics to your residents, to our community members, so that we can gear the rest of our engagement around some of those pivotal issues and ideas. We will, working with the steering committee, identify a group of stakeholders, special interest groups that we need to reach out to specifically to gain their one-on-one input. As we know, not everybody feels comfortable showing up for a public meeting, so we want to go to where people are at, so we're getting, again, those diverse voices. We will hold some specific charrettes on identified opportunities, say a special sub-area, an idea of interest, and we want to be available at some of our public events so we can get the word out on this plan update, so people are familiar with this process, know about our online engagement website, and know to stay tuned and participate. And then rounding out that, we will have a series of public neighborhood workshops, now that we've kind of heard that initial input, to dive deeper into some of those important topics that we hear from your community members. And then we were going to review all this information with your steering committee. After that, in phase 3, this is where we start putting together the big goals for this plan update. What's important for this comprehensive plan, and what's our vision statement? What's the value language for our community? And identify those key recommendations that we can start building the plan update around. We also want to meet with your department heads at this point, your major city staff members, so we can kind of hear their thoughts and ideas, as well as giving them the feedback of what we've heard from the community. In phase 4, that's when we now start drafting the plan based on our initial analysis, based on the feedback from the community and those big ideas that we've developed, going through a series of scenario plans, identifying the draft itself, and then reviewing that draft at a series of meetings with your steering committee. We will also then roll this draft back out, still very much in a draft form, to the public at a series of open houses and doing a public comment period, so folks can tell us, did we hear you right? Does this plan reflect your values? Is this plan where we want to head as a community, so that we can still make adjustments? Still in a draft form, we want to bring it back to the council as well as the Planning Commission at a joint workshop if we can, so that we can present that draft informally to you, that you can ask questions, bring up different comments and ideas that we can react to, make adjustments where needed, and then work to finalize that draft after we've completed our public comments and review period. Phase 5, that's where we finalize the draft and go through that official adoption process with a public hearing before your Planning Commission, who will then author a recommendation for your consideration as the elected body, and then we can provide the final deliverables. So just that simple, just that 5-step process. We have a detailed calendar where we've identified those main meeting dates, timeframes, and of course some of the meetings already are identified. But running through that 5-phase process, looking to wrap up the plan, like I said, in about a 1.5 year long process. Comprehensive plan does take time. We want to be respectful for the public engagement process, the analysis, and then looking to wrap up in May of 2026. So with what's next, we are working through our initial analysis of kind of the issues and opportunities in our community. What is our community profile? Very excited that you have a very detailed housing analysis going on kind of metro-wide. We'll build upon that, as well as doing our own employment and economic analysis, our preliminary transportation assessment, as well as that build-out analysis, build-out scenario analysis with your current land use planning. This all to be reviewed at our future meeting in March with our advisory committee. So with all of that, kind of near term, tomorrow, again, our kickoff meeting, and then in midterm in the following months, rolling out with our community survey and those initial engagement events. And I should say that last item, we just got this plan, that joint workshop with you and the Planning Commission to review our initial analysis. We're looking at May 6th. I am happy to answer any questions you may have of me, or I can sit down and let you move on with your agenda.
I appreciate the detailed timeline. Thank you.
I get to sit on this committee, so I'm excited to get the, I assume, larger version of this tomorrow night. Is that
Yes.
our first meeting? And so I'll be happy to report back when you're not here presenting. So
If I can, council member, the full presentation is more like 90 minutes, but of course, we do have some detailed questions for our steering committee members.
sure. And maybe one quick question is, I think all of us are familiar with the comprehensive plan, but sometimes it's easy to get kind of tongue-tied when you're trying to explain it to somebody who doesn't live that world. What's your elevator speech when somebody says, what is a comprehensive plan? What's your 1-minute description of how important it is and what it is?
Thank you for that. So I love giving that elevator speech. So a comprehensive plan, in essence, is your long-range plan for the community. It's comprehensive in nature, so we're covering a lot of topics, mainly focused about development, both new development, growth, expansion of our boundaries, but also infill development, redevelopment, and preservation of our existing built areas and neighborhoods. When done right, I hope you're able to use it as a tool to help inform you on everything from budgeting to even regulatory decision-making, when to annex territory, what type of zoning regulations do we have, subdivision regulations, to really use as an important tool. The biggest thing is, it is still a guiding document, and it does change over time as things change. Conditions change, our economy changes, we have outside influences we have to react to, and so our comprehensive plans are also flexible. We tend to look out 20, 30, 40 years in the future, but we tend to have about a 10-year shelf life on comprehensive planning. It's hard to look out too far without too many influences kind of changing what we thought was a great idea at the time. But it is a guiding document. It is not law. So we use it as such, as a really powerful planning tool. That was a long elevator ride, by the way. Several floors.
Can you tell us how you planning to engage with the community, engage the community to this?
Right. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. That great question. Our biggest concern is to make sure that we're hearing all voices, giving everybody an opportunity to participate. I said earlier that not everybody feels comfortable showing up to a public meeting, so we want to go beyond that. One of the best tools we have that we found the most effective results are doing these one-on-one stakeholder interviews, and I'm very excited about our steering committee. I feel like we've got a great group, that they're going to give us a lot of contacts, a lot of individuals that we can specifically reach out to, as well as small existing groups that represent other larger interests, that they can also, we can meet with them, we can go to a meeting they may have already have scheduled, so that we can be introduced as part of their group to receive their feedback on grounds that they're comfortable with. So that's probably one of the best ways. The second way is I am excited about doing a community survey. This survey is not a generalized satisfaction survey. This is very specific to comprehensive planning. And with hiring a professional survey company, we'll be able to have that level of confidence that this does represent the interests of the city. They go out of their way to make sure that we're getting a randomized sample of the community, and that they do enough follow-up that we are actually hitting those milestones, that it's randomized, it's a broad cross-section of the community, and it reflects our diversity. And so that is something I think is very critical. So as we see survey results, we can have a level of confidence that what it says is real, that it's not just the few loudest voices in the room. That's our job, is to really make sure we're hearing from everybody, so those soft voices as well.
Great. Just giving the political climate in the country, there is many people will not gonna come to this meeting to be involved, but I hope you involve their leaders from certain community, because they will engage with them their way. Maybe not a lot of people will show up to your public meeting, whatever, but maybe engage to any community, all those immigrants, especially communities, if you can engage with their leaders who been working with the city for a long time, with the community, will be great, because that will be the voice for them, especially during this tough time.
Thank you for that feedback and advice. I agree with you completely.
And I think just for my own memory, it's Councilors Alter and Moe who are of this body on the steering committee, so we can channel our input through them. Yeah.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, I kind of forgot that, but that's great.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, all right. We're going to move on to item number 5, which is our fiscal 26 budget discussion. And I will turn that over to our city manager, Jeff Rowan.
So you kicked off the budget review with a all-day operating budget review on Monday last week, and then you have your capital review tomorrow. We're just planning to have a standing fiscal year 26 budget discussion item on your work sessions as we work through the budget process until it feels like you have kind of worked through everything that you have questions about. So this is really an opportunity for you to talk about anything related to the budget. We'll do our best to answer questions that come up. The only thing that we prepared was the housing memo that is what we previously discussed tonight. And if you want to start there, that's great. If you've got other places you want to start, we can do that too.
You okay starting with the housing?
Yeah. As Councilor Burgess said, going maybe through each of those buckets and explaining how they're restricted and
Sure, and I'm going to lean on Tracy a little bit to help me. We'll start at the top and go down that list. So the Pro Housing Grant, you see the amount of $2.8 million. If you recall, that was about a $3.75 million grant. However, some of those funds were dedicated for planning purposes, supporting things like the comp plan, to ensure that our regulations do not provide undue burden and restrictions on the housing supply. However, this 2.8 was geared towards construction of public housing. And you may recall that late last year in 2024, we purchased multifamily property on North Summit Street. That property is zoned RM12, is undeveloped at this time. And we anticipate using this $2.8 million as part of the funding package to build multifamily public housing on this site. So I would say that 2.8 is really, in staff's view, spoken for at this time. We've represented to the federal government that that's our intention. Of course, if you want to change, we can advise you on how best to do that. But at least for that 2.8 million, in federal dollars, we would look to move towards construction of a project on the North Summit property that we purchased.
How many unit will be that?
That's where I'm going to lean on Tracy a little bit to help me out here.
Tracy Heishu, since we didn't get the full grant, it's prorated. We're minimally required to have 18, but due to the zoning and it's going to be affordable housing, there are density bonus provisions, so we can get probably up to 36. That doesn't mean we'll have up to 36. We'll also have to package different money because we might not have enough available to do more than 18. So we are working, that Pro Housing Grant also has money for us to hire a housing consultant familiar with housing finance, HUD programs, development, and so they'll be helping us work through that process. And so if we do go with 28, 30 units and we need more additional financing, I'm hoping to, instead of going into the pots we have, how we leverage our funds to get more units so that our funds keep being used to create additional housing. So,
And this is, you said like 18 unit, will be city-owned unit.
yeah, it's not technically in the public housing program, but it'll be owned by the city. So it'll be city-owned affordable housing. So.
You mean like the one in like the Peninsula?
Yeah, like the Peninsula, yes.
That's great because those are really great unit, and I love those units because everybody can apply for them and get them. No, this is amazing. I'm just saying, like, since we have the Iowa City Housing Authority Capital Reserve, that money also in the Housing Authority and also is for public housing. Yeah.
Correct. So Tracy, while you're up, the two of the other categories are the Housing Authority's unallocated reserves and the Housing Authority's capital reserves.
If it's capital reserves, those reserves, as we have a public housing program, until we transition out of a public housing program, those funds can only be used for rehab of public housing units. The other unrestricted ones, those we can use for city-owned affordable housing. Doesn't necessarily have to be public housing, but it has to be basically our permanently affordable that we're guaranteed that's going to be permanently affordable. So we have two pots of money, and one can only be used for our current public housing programs.
So when you're looking at this table, the 1.4 of unallocated reserves is really can be used for future city-owned public housing. The 2.8 in capital reserves is really what needs to support our existing federal public housing units.
To maintain it. Yeah, for maintenance and everything.
We could acquire So we will have a consultant come in, but as we go through this repositioning of public housing, it might be, our fair call-off limit is 99, so we could actually buy additional public housing, and then technically convert, reposition all those. But we're having a consultant walk us through those options. So we don't know what option we're going to pursue, but yes, we could either, it all has to be for the rehabilitation of our current units, or we could acquire more for public housing.
And I want to ask about, yeah, I know also some of it have to be like just to maintain those current public housing, just in case if they need maintenance or anything. But is there is a flexible money out of this, we can add it to the $2.8 million that we have to have more than 18 units?
Potentially, yes. But we're hoping that when we work with this consultant, we just use our pro-housing grant, and then we can leverage other funds or different pots of money so that we have that money for another affordable housing project. Because once we start going down this development path, yes, we'll develop the house on North Summit, but we hoping to position ourselves that we can develop more housing internally, and those will be permanently affordable, owned by the city.
Yeah, that was my question. Yeah, like how much of it we can use, and also
Technically,
the
we could use it
1.4.
all that 1 point,
Yes.
whatever million. I'm not looking at my numbers, but yes, the unrestricted we could use for that project. I'm just hoping we tap into other pots of money that we don't have to.
8 million. Are public-private partnerships available for that? Is there opportunity to do that, and is that a strategy that the city is employing, or are these wholly city-owned properties with no other?
They're wholly city-owned. That's what we applied for. We
Yeah.
applied for it to develop our own internal capacity to develop.
Sure.
I mean, you probably could, but it'd be a substantial change that we'd have to ask HUD.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure we got ranked highly because of that.
In a
about that
commercial
direction we're
district, for
going.
instance, we couldn't have somebody put stores on the bottom and we build housing on top or something?
Yeah, you could do that.
Okay.
The pro-housing grant could only go for the money, or to the housing portion.
Sure, yeah.
And I know a lot of us on the council remember, because we've talked about this, and you alluded to this switch to the idea of the city-owned. But for people who maybe weren't here for some of those earlier meetings, could you just sort of remind us all and remind anybody listening a little bit by what you mean by that and sort of
Oh,
like
the
the
difference
synopsis?
between city-owned and public housing?
Well, and also the fact that we're working towards the city-owned, like that was something we've been talking about a lot the last year, but maybe not everybody who's listening tonight
Sure.
has heard those kinds. So just like the real, there's a strategy behind this.
So we have 86 public housing units. It's a formal program by HUD where we get paid for operations. We can charge up to 30% of a person's income for rent, and then we get capital improvements all through HUD. Problem is we've been losing money over the last several years.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we also own 21 or 24, I'd have to check my notes, of affordable housing that the city maintains. It's not a part of a HUD program, and we could treat that as permanently affordable there. So we operate and maintain those. And then, however, since we're losing so much money in the public housing realm due to lower federal appropriations for the last several years, and the maintenance required, we've just been pulling too much from our capital reserves. So we're looking to hire a consultant, and HUD allows you to reposition your public housing into kind of like a Section 8 platform. So we'd become basically affordable housing landlords. So instead of getting relying on public housing funds, we'd be able to charge and accept vouchers for those. We anticipate our income drastically improving under those methods. Is that the question you asked?
I think so, and just to underline that, it's some of this stuff we're talking about is actually part of work that you have been doing, we've been doing, the council supporting, switching us into this kind of a mode from what we had been doing before on purpose, so we have greater flexibility. We can do, with a meeting or two ago, we were talking about switching some units over from Section 8 to city-owned and taking over the way that would help with the voucher program and stuff like that. So this is all working, many pieces working together at the same time. So I think that's just important for people to know.
And Tracy, I just want to make sure the public know that the 2.8 million is the way that you wrote the grant is to do a public housing owned by the city for now, right?
Yep.
That's why we either to follow that, or if we need to make any change, we have to go back to HUD. Yeah, so I think we don't need to do that.
Nope.
Yeah.
We got the money.
Yeah, we get the
Run with
money.
it.
We don't need to put ourselves like if they can approve it or not, so.
These are, the HUD funds, the pro-housing grants, these are allocated funds. We have a great deal of confidence that they wouldn't be lost in a new administration.
We already have an agreement. We have a signed agreement.
Agreements.
So we were awarded, we signed a grant agreement, now we're submitting We've submitted our action plan, basically a HUD document that basically outlines specifically what we're doing with the money because we didn't get the full grant. So we've submitted that, and we're just waiting for HUD approval. But they've already granted us the ability to, for the things that we said we were going to do, like the comprehensive plan, the consultant, we're already drawing down those funds, or we're charging that funds to the grant.
I get to name drop here for a second. I was at a conference, and Secretary Buttigieg was there and in a room of talking to people about like this, and he assured us, he said exactly that if if it's already been signed, that money is not going to be taken away.
Okay, that's good.
So we can blame him or something. No.
I know.
No, it was very.
I just want to tell the council why I ask about the Housing Authority Fund, that it's there. I understand that there is some fund that needed to be there still for maintaining our public housing, but I feel like instead of buying another additional public housing, like single house or maybe townhouse, I don't know, like, duplex or something like that, we can use this money since we are doing the project for 18 unit. Can we do more than 18 unit? Because like instead of buying house and only single family will be living there, I think that amount of money can do like apartment 2 or 3. So that's why I want, since we are doing this project already, instead of 18, can we make it more? That's the only thing that I'm looking for. And maybe think about it. And if you feel this is a great idea, maybe we can direct the staff to do so.
That I take your point, especially with you having brought up earlier about the statistics of how many people need homes and housing and shelter. I guess I would also say, as a yes and, that we want to talk about as many different strategies for creating affordable housing within Iowa City, because I think we need to have multi-unit buildings. But we also don't want to say that that is the only solution that we have for affordable housing, because we really do want to integrate and diversify our neighborhoods as well. So we have a mix so that there can be duplexes and triplexes and singles throughout, so that the neighborhoods are more vitalized in that way too. I'm saying both.
Yes, I get your point, but you just reminded me about like not separating the people economically. Like for example, even the 18, and if we want to add them, we don't have to make it all of them like for like low income. We can do like a market price including there, because we don't want to have like a building which all of them are low income. Maybe we can have mixed people. Like we don't want to segregate the people by income, and everybody know, oh, this is the building that have all of them low income. No, we need to have like some. That's my idea. Just some of the unit could be regular market price, and will support the maintenance of the other unit that we have affordable. Maybe we can start like that instead of like segregating the people by income. And this is whether it is like multifamily buildings or like houses together in one place, or whether it is like apartments building. That's what I really see. We don't want to have it like 100% loyalty.
So primarily, I think you'd have to have a certain mix, but I'd have to check the exact, because it is CDBG, like CDBG, so I don't know the exact mix, but
Can we have
At
like
least 51% are
80%
gonna have
of
to
the
be-
area median income, 60%, 30%,
Yeah.
40%?
I'm pretty sure we could target different, especially if it's under 80%, target different incomes up to 80.
Yes, up to 80 will be great. If that's allowed, of course, I don't know.
That's
how.
allowed, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'd have to market rate like 100%, I'd have to check on that,
Mm-hmm.
but 80% or below, yes. And another interesting with our public housing repositioning, different, when we're interviewing the consultants that submitted, they're going to give us different options that we'll bring to you. It might be, we operate 86, 66 of those are scattered site, a lot of single family or duplexes. It might be that some of those are older. We could sell those. We could, you might sell 3 homes and you might buy multifamily properties of 6. So we might increase the housing that we own and manage. So those options all is what the consultant will be looking at and bringing that back to us, just so that we can operate sustainably and hopefully we can operate more units than what we anticipate.
Sorry to step back to this conversation, but my first question about sort of what are the rules on that HUD grant, and is there an opportunity for public-private partnership, was really kind of aimed at that question, is how do we create an integrated housing situation? It sounds like with the HUD grant, we can grant to
That I'd have
achieve
to
that
check.
kind of thing? Okay.
I'd have to check. I know the CDBG
Yeah.
rules, but since this is it's not CDBG, but kind of CDBG, I'd have to check.
Yeah, no, I think, it sounds like we're all talking the same language. We want housing and variety and mixed, so.
And the council will see and approve the project before we go forward, even before we get into the design, the architecture of it, right? You're going to know the business plan and what we're trying to pursue prior to us moving forward. So plenty of time for that discussion coming up.
Yeah, I guess we want to see like maybe, I don't know, but I'm going to throw a number there. Like for the next 2 years, can we have 100 units of affordable housing or mixed income, like with 80% and under housing? So
We got 15 million, which is,
yeah,
that's a
because now
stretch.
you're saying 18, and if we add this money over here, it will be like if 2.8, and we have another 2.8 mostly.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I said like
I was just going to ask, I think the 2.8, we don't expect that to actually build 18 units. There's no way that would, I mean, it's going to be a much, much more expensive project when we're talking about new construction, but this is leveraging, or it's giving us essentially the nest egg for that project. Is that a fair way to say it? So, I mean, I don't know if we have,
It's
Right.
reducing the amount of private debt we'd have on that property, so we can offer lower rents.
no, when I asked specifically that question area, 2.8, how many units we're talking about, and she said 18.
Oh, by the grant,
Right.
we'd have to construct at least 18, but we have a local match in there.
Okay, how much are we adding to that?
I don't remember, but as Tracy just noted there, you should expect that we'll have private debt. We'll have debt in a property like this. So yeah, 2.8 isn't going to build us debt-free. We're going to have to leverage additional dollars or borrow those dollars to get this project off the ground, which we're confident we can do.
I know, yeah, I know, but I mean, like, as a council, we are saying we're going to be aggressive, we're going to be bold, we're going to do this. If we are, like, really borrowing money to do a swimming pool, we need to borrow money to do affordable housing. Because, I feel like we're borrowing, we bond, right?
I don't think that we're disagreeing.
Yeah,
think we're all there.
yeah, exactly. So then we don't have to afraid from where we're going to get if we're going to borrow some money. You know how much we did for the swimming pool for the, I don't know, it's a lot of money, right? How much was that?
Well,
18 million, I think.
The borrowing is, I think, just 1.3 million maybe. The rest is cash for the pool is the financing plan. But we haven't got that. We haven't bid that project yet. That's
Yeah,
going to be coming
like
to
it
you.
is as an idea. We are not going to do this tomorrow too. But can we have that like additional idea in the table just in case we need it to? Just like that. We maybe we're not need that. Maybe we're gonna find another grant money from you guys doing a great job by applying for all these kind of things. But just like we have to put that in our toolbox.
Yeah.
I think
You please.
I think one way of thinking about it that's helpful to me is like if the 2.8 is sort of like a down payment, right? And then we're borrowing for the rest for that specific property. So what other monies do we have access to, or how much would we want to borrow if the 2.8 is the down payment? How big could that project be? And so another way I'm thinking about it is like, if knowing that we're going through these buckets, some of which have strings attached or conditional kinds of uses, what does $15 million as like a down payment in the grossest terms, does that get us within, sort of striking distance of 100 units? Like, I think, is that kind of what you're asking of like, what does this money actually get us?
Exactly.
Is that what you're asking?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
I do think I heard Tracy, talk about a part of the Pro Housing Grant is bringing on a consultant to try to find and leverage funding. So for me, I'm with you on being aggressive and wanting to set that number. I do think that this project, because it's right before us right now, we're going to see what opportunities are there. And I think we're going to make some greater, bolder statements. But I think the staff is very clear. That's why they brought this to us, that we want that housing. And I think once we learn from, the consultant or, whoever do that research, these are the funds that, can help with this project, but even future projects. I think that's going to be illuminating not only to us, but really to our professional staff in housing, in the housing department.
Because we have another like 6 million for housing cross fund. Is the consultant going to talk only about figuring out only for the project from the HUD project, or can they?
Well, we found that when we were interviewing the consultants that you hire for housing development finance, that once you hire them for, and I'm contacting references, once you hire them for one project, so this consultant would take us through like a 3 to 5 month process about what's our best leader or organizational structure, what's our best staffing model, how many employees do we have to hire in order for every 50 units that we add. They'll take us through that, but then they'll also start with this pilot project, and they'll provide the technical development assistance. And so what I'm finding that a lot of communities, they hire one of these consultants for the first project, and then are hiring them again for subsequent
I
projects.
see.
So, yeah, so if we can assemble land in the riverfront crossings, and we are happy and we are satisfied with the work that they did on our pilot project, then yeah, that would be an option as we continue and we keep developing.
I really, for river flood grants, I always think about, we have 6.4 million there. Can we just like talk to the county and just do like combined project with the county in riverfront crossing? They have some.
Yeah, those conversations are happening.
Okay,
Yep.
great. Yeah. Anyways, thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy.
So going down the list, the unallocated opportunity funds is the second line, 258,000. These are all local dollars, and as the name suggests, these are for kind of unexpected opportunities that come up. So it could be that there's a nonprofit housing provider that, like the Student Build project, we had to use operating funds to get that project off the ground. So generally things that aren't anticipated, in which we need flexibility, and where we can't necessarily wait for, say, a federal funding cycle, like opportunities that come up. Unallocated LIHTC support, these are just set-aside dollars that we had reserved in past years that have not been awarded yet. So they are local dollars and could be repurposed by the council, so to speak, but they are intended to support future LIHTC projects.
Jeff, can you, with that, talk a little bit about, I mean, as I know, because the competitive LIHTC, which is a higher proportion, right, it's that it takes longer to get them, A, because they're competitive, B, you don't always make it through the first time. So that dollar, it's not like it's just sitting there growing fallow, it's just a matter of the length of time to be able to sort of receive that might be longer. Am I understanding that correct?
Yeah, it's not uncommon for someone pursuing a 9% LIHTC to have to apply for 2 or 3 years before their application is selected. So oftentimes, whether it's the city or the trust fund, will make an award, and then you have to be patient to allow them to apply, and sometimes allow them to apply multiple times before you can leverage those dollars. But they are significant awards, and and ultimately takes some luck with the competitive process that's out there. A lot of it's
So-
going to depend on how many other apps are received across the state.
So one question I have, and I'm going to try and be as clear as I can, but work with me on this. Does that money have to, the local dollars, does the, whoever's granting, I can't remember whether it's the state or, the state like actually sort of administers it, right? But it is
Correct.
federal dollars. So does that money have to be like sitting in hand as far as what the feds are saying? They're like, you are able to have this so that it does.
Yeah, so every
understand
year
where
they
I'm
put out
sorry,
a
I'm not saying every
QAP, or basically how they're going to score applications. Those are put out annually, and you will get points for all the different boxes that you can check. And if you've got a pledge from a local government or from a trust fund, you're going to score better. But you need to be able to speak confidently. So yes, those awards do matter and do improve the chances of somebody receiving those competitive awards.
So in terms then of your suggestion of us moving this piece of the pledge that an applicant can make that says with confidence to the city, that the city has those funds? If
Yeah,
if
no, I
it's
think
pulled out
there's,
of this?
I think there's other ways to do that. You could use some of these other pots of funds to pledge those dollars. So for example, a Riverfront Crossings project could pledge Riverfront Crossings dollars. You can look at tax abatement, you can look at tax increment financing and still work to accomplish that same goal.
Can I just ask you, like, how flexible is the 200 LIHTC money over there? Does it have to be for LIHTC?
So we have set that aside for LIHTC purposes. So every year
That
the
is a
council.
general fund, right?
It is general fund dollars. So I'd have to think through the process, but every year the council allocates those dollars, and they're probably, you'd probably have to undo that process, and I'm not sure where the trust fund is in awarding those. Tracy looks like she knows, so.
No, I mean, I'm asking that because you said this year, can we give this to the trust fund instead of just like sitting there?
So we have 23 and 24 allocations that we have reserved for LIHTC, and the Housing Trust Fund has already accepted applications for those. So there's a project on Roosevelt that those funds are reserved for. So the city does not release those funds to the Housing Trust Fund until they get their state award from the Iowa Finance Authority. That's the state authority that administers the funds. So we hold on to that money until they are proceeding with, they got their award and they're proceeding. We did write into the agreements that after 2 years of not receiving a LIHTC application or reserve, that those funds could be released and they could be spent on any eligible project that the Housing Trust Fund administers.
Yeah.
So that's the way the agreements are written right now.
Okay, great. No, I wasn't understanding that way. I thought once you say this is for Housing Trust Fund, you give it to them and they will be in their bank, kind
No,
of.
no, they do get an admin fee.
okay.
So 10,000, they get 10,000 each year for the admin of it. And then 190,000 is reserved
You
for
stay
the.
there. Whenever they have that project, you give it to them.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we
good,
enter a
good,
separate
good.
agreement for those.
No, I agree for that. Thank you.
The TIF resources that are listed next, on Foster Road, we have a TIF that was used to help build the connection between Prairie du Chien and Dubuque. And the state law requires that when you are using TIF to build infrastructure to support residential development, that you set aside a certain percent, and that's varies by community, but for Iowa City, it's about 50% of the TIF increment for affordable housing, and that can be used throughout the entire city. It does not have to be used within that TIF district. So that's really where this $397,000 is. That is generated by the Foster Road TIF, and the council has discretion to deploy that anywhere in the city as long as we're producing more affordable housing units, and that's what we have to report to the state. For this particular fund, it's been slowly building. We get a little over $100,000 per year, and we've been letting this accumulate so that we can make a more impactful investment when that time comes. I think there's probably at least 5 or 6, if not more, years left on that TIF. So this will continue to accumulate, and we have discretion on how to spend those dollars as long as we're producing more affordable housing units. They do not have to be publicly owned units. They can be privately owned or owned by a nonprofit.
And this is, but we don't have to wait until they finish all the money.
You don't have to wait, no.
Yeah. Because I believe, we said 5 years more, so we can still wait for that to come, but to the point that, Council Josh said, like public-private owned, something like if we can use those money also would be great for like doing housing, etc. Because the house price is going up every year. We don't need to wait, so maybe we can use those too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we could go out tomorrow and buy a house for $397,000, and as long as it was
You
used
mean
for
it
affordable
is-
housing.
okay, it's
So
available.
I'm not suggesting that's
Yeah.
the path forward or what you'd like to see, but
Yeah.
the point is you can let this continue to accumulate like we have been doing, or you can spend all or part of it and just continue to take in the proceeds until the TIF is retired.
Really, personally, I think we didn't need to wait because since its price is increasing every year. So if we can use this and wait again many years to acclimate the rest of it. How many years it took us to get 397?
I would say that's probably about 4 years of TIF would be my guess. I think it's generating about 130,000 now, so that's probably grown a little bit. And we probably had a partial assessment in there at some point, so 4 years.
Okay. Yeah.
The Black Lives Matter Fund, this is the unallocated funds from that $1 million commitment that was made in 2020. These aren't specifically designated for housing, but council could use those for housing. These are council-directed funds, meaning staff is not going to pursue use of these funds without your direction. So really, we've been sitting on these funds, and I think past councils have wanted the TRC to finish its report and receive its recommendations before deciding how to spend these dollars. But again, these are local funds, and you have complete discretion on how to invest those.
And question for the city attorney. Is this could be like housing for BIPOC community, or if we said that, it will be discrimination?
Right, we wouldn't want to limit it to that. We could look for underserved populations, which I think is the language that we've used previously. That would be fine, but we wouldn't want to be exclusionary.
Okay, there is a way we can say that. Like,
Yeah, I mean, again,
underrepresented.
underrepresented or underserved would be, either of those would be fine.
Okay.
We talked about the unallocated reserves and the capital reserves of the Housing Authority, so that just leaves the riverfront crossing fees. These are fees received from housing developments that have chosen not to provide those affordable units on site. And you can see that we've accumulated $6.4 million there. This balance jumped up quite a bit over the last couple years. There's two very large projects in riverfront crossings that each had north of $2 million fee in lieu contributions. So we've seen this this accumulation really move quickly over the last few years. $6.4 million can be used throughout the district, but it is limited to the Riverfront Crossings District. Staff has been exploring land acquisition opportunities, and we are having conversations with the county to see if there's something that we could do jointly utilizing the property that they own in Riverfront Crossings as well.
All right, any other thoughts relating to this?
Put a point on it, in my brain, $15 million, when you first look at it, looks like a massive amount of money, but then when you pencil it out, it's actually 35 to 50 units, maybe. And that's why it's so important to put money together as opposed to just spending it like a checkbook. So I appreciate the sort of caution, but also strategic planning of our staff and us accumulating these and seeking opportunities to really leverage this so we get 100 units. That would be great. 100 would be an awesome goal to get 100 units out of this. That just means we need to find somebody else with $15 million to partner with.
I was just going to ask staff if it's helpful. I really like the idea of having, like, something measurable, and we're talking about data-driven. Knowing that the demand is thousands and thousands of units, is it helpful to have some direction from council on, like, figure out a way to get us a minimum of 100 units in the next 2 years? Or, like, not that would be a mandate, but is that kind of framing helpful for, like, this holistic affordable housing way that we're looking about it?
Yeah, I think it's helpful, but it's also a little bit more nuanced than just a number. So, for example, are we looking at, you have to kind of look at the operational supports along with it. Are we looking to provide permanent supportive housing for chronically homeless, like Cross Park Place and 501, because there's a very different cost structure to those types of units? Are we looking at that 80% AMI? And do you prefer multifamily versus single family? All those are all those will have implications on what number we can realistically choose. But yeah, anytime we can better understand your priorities for what you'd like to see, that's going to help us.
I think we discussed on during the, I think, plan that we need really to have metrics. And we talked about that. And I think, if I understood what metrics is we have to identify how, as a council, how many we need, and we direct it to the staff, and they can report like every year how many they achieve, and even if they did not achieve the goal, somebody else to do this or anything. But I think as a council, if we did not have, if we were talking about metrics and we want to measure the outcome, we have to say a number.
So the pilot program is, I think, could be giving us a lot of information with what number we can say, because we're going to find out what leverage we would have with other things. Maybe 100 is too small, and that would be great. But so it sounds
The
like
data in
yeah.
order to.
it sounds
ask
like
for the
we could
data.
get this in June, around June.
But that's
potentially.
only for that project, unless we hire them again for something else. Am I understood that right? Oh, Tracy.
But-
They will come to do only the project for 2.8 million, and after that, we will hire them again to do something else.
Yeah, but part of that pilot project is also our developing our internal development capacity. So they're going to spend 3 to 5 months, like I said, understanding what legal structure we should be operating, because we hope to house this in the Housing Authority. They'll be looking at our staffing models, running our forecasting financial models to put us in a better place to start developing. Then they'll help us with the pilot project. So hopefully we'll be a better place after we go through this analysis, that when we have subsequent projects, now we have to operate sustainably. And when we're operating with outside federal funds and it's just our funds, we have to make sure that we are covering our expenses. So we might want to continue hiring consultants for the first 2 or 3 projects until we, of course, when I talk to these communities that hire, they typically will hire them to finance all their packages so I wouldn't be surprised if we're happy with them, that we use them for subsequent projects. I just don't know how many projects until we're comfortable doing it ourselves.
Yeah.
In the same way, I mean, this is a little bit of a strange analogy, I guess, but what's sparking for me is the way that you're talking about it, especially with it being a pilot program, is that it's not, that there's multiple outcomes that you're going to get from this, not just the housing, but then an understanding of what kind of infrastructure and personnel and what have you need
And
in
funding
order
that's
to
leveraged.
right, and in order to make it continue. So I think of it in the same way that our city manager has talked about. I'm not going to put a position out there if it's for hire if it means in a year I have to get rid of it, right? Because it's going to be something that's sustainable. It has to be for the long term. So we're going to use this as a learning
As
opportunity
example.
as much, and then we can say with more confidence, this is the number that we think we can
Which
achieve.
is, this is the model we said, how many houses we need, and this is how much it takes us.
I do think if we already
how we
had
can do it.
had this model already existing, then it would be easy to kind of say we want 100. But because we're also needing to learn what does this mean now that we're going to be the developers, I think that is the difference. And it's a pilot project, which is great. We're going to learn a lot of information. And like with most things, when you do one project, you can kind of, it's your template for other projects, and you learn from it. So I think I'm comfortable with knowing that it'll be 3 to 5 months of kind of just learning, and then we'll be able to have another conversation. And I'm with you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm ready to make bold numbers and all that stuff. And
I know, but as I appreciate what Jeff said, that's clear. He wants us to also figure out what we need this for. Is this something like, like what type of affordable housing we need? We need to think about that too. So, and because I know what you mean, some like housing, it comes with services for the individual gonna live there, and some houses doesn't need that. So. Yeah, we need maybe to come up with that. And also maybe we can see for the last maybe few years, how many supporting housing did we did, like for with the shelter house, with as a housing. And maybe we start from there. How many we did there, then now we need to do one without this kind of support. And after that, go back and do both. Like Starbucks, because I would love to see we're not focusing only one population. There is many people, let us like rise together. So if we done like some supporting housing, now we do an affordable housing without support. After that, next time we do both, like 50-50.
So your metrics are for affordable housing, not private market rate.
Yeah, I think 80% of the area median
Well,
income and below, right?
I think what I'm hearing from this conversation is that the city moving into being a developer of affordable housing is bold and new, and we're getting some expert advice over the next few months on it. And I know we saw last Monday that the city manager did not shy away from, continuing to provide the support in the NDS budget as we're moving in that direction, right? That like we haven't gone there yet, and we're not stepping away from it despite the terrible financial situation we're facing, because we think it will be sustainable, but it's going to take some front end investment. So I think maybe just continuing these conversations where we're elevating it to this room, right, where you're doing all of this work, your department's doing all of this work. And I think the level of sophistication around affordable housing conversation has just increased a lot, and it's really exciting. And so hopefully, in my mind, Mayor Pro Tem, it's like we're continuing that and not going to let that fall away.
Sure.
And it's going to be permanent affordable housing.
Right. And
In perpetuity, so, yeah.
And I think it's really useful. I'm sorry I'm
That's
jumping
okay.
in here, but I just think it's incredibly useful, whether it's, a few people or reporters or whatever, are understanding just how complex this is. At the same time, it is an imperative to do it. But, I'm just glad that these conversations are being surfaced and that we're going to continue to have them so that it keeps us accountable. And it also explains why it can't just be like, well, just build a building, right?
Exactly.
Because we won't be successful in the way that we need to be and that we certainly want to be, but that we must be, so.
The sort of stepping back a couple steps is, as far as setting targets for numbers, the piece that I wanted to add to that is I would think we would make a big mistake if we set a number without a lot of guardrails about other goals, and that would be quality and dispersion throughout the community. Because if we say you must provide 100 units this year, we know how to do that. You just move to the far edge of town, buy the cheapest land, and build an apartment building. And I don't think that's what we want. So I don't think saying a number is good enough. I think that we need to get
But
really,
why as a
really
city we're
nuanced
gonna-
about what exactly we want. But I do think it's worthwhile having those conversations and setting metrics, but also getting really specific about it, not just having a number. So that's just, I'm not disagreeing, I'm just saying I find that very important.
In addition to a number.
In addition to a number, but we don't just do a number without being very specific
Exactly.
about what we're trying to achieve and how it aligns with our strategic goals. The other note that I have is during our discussion during budget, I took notes about city acting as a developer, and development costs a lot of money, and so I would expect that mid-year, after we've had some more work with the consultant, will you be in a position to tell us how much it's going to cost the city to add that sort of development services in? Is that kind of one of the goals, is to say,
hope so, yes.
this is going to be a $600,000 or $1 million a year general fund budget add for neighborhood development services, just for,
Well, it'll be in the housing authority, so everything we do in the housing authority is outside your general fund. So
Okay.
it has to be sustainable, and it has to pay for
Yep.
itself. So that's
you.
important. So
Exactly.
we'll have to find out, because we've acquired property, but we've never been that developer that takes on that risk, that develops a project. So there'll be pre-development costs, there'll be financing costs, things that you don't know until you know.
Yeah.
You don't know what you don't know. So that's why having a consultant this first time will be very important to us.
Yeah.
Just because if we're going to do it, we want to do it right. And yes, it'll be all through the housing authority, but if we go into debt or if something happens, that's a general fund. So that's why we're going to be really, truly careful, because we want the housing authority to be its own separate fiscal unit that's self-sustaining.
Yeah, and I just want to sort of reiterate what Councilor Burgess said about this is bold. Like, this is a big, bold thing to act as a developer. And because it's bold, it is risky. It might not work, but I'm really excited to try, and I hope it does work.
Yeah, let us say we're gonna make it work instead of like we might not work. That's gonna be really tough. And first thing, when you say that we just ask the city to do affordable, and they go there and buy a land. No, we're talking about the city. Is our city gonna do bad, like affordable housing, build up bad affordable housing because we just told them to do 101? I don't think so. I think when something being built by the city, we're going to be compliant. We're going to make sure we build something good for the people. And, and I still we say we don't have, when I threw the one, like 100, I just threw it there and I said, let us think about it. It's not like, no, you have to do 100. But it could be for the first time 50, it could be 35, I don't care. But I mean, when we talk about metrics and we say we're going to have a metrics, English is my second language, but I think metrics is numbers, and we have to look at numbers and just to figure out, because I would love to see every year the city manager will come here and say, hey, for affordable housing, our goal was this, and we met our goal or we exceed our goal, even if our goal was just like the 18, unit that we were going to do. But let us say, yeah, we did. Can we increase it next year? And I'm sure 100% we are a city, we're going to build something good. And being a landlord or something like, we have examples. And I love those apartments. I went there and I saw them, and it is very nice apartment, and the city is keeping them good. And also don't forget, we're getting rent for those. It's not like 30% of their income, they paid for us. If their income is zero, they have to pay zero. No, it's not like that. It's not subsidized. It's just affordable for everybody who work. They can pay 30% of their income, or the 40%, or maybe 50%, up to 80, if we want to make it mix. So we're going to get money that will maintain, because we're not making profit. We are just going to take the money from them and keep it, maintain the same apartment by fixing it and something like that. That's why I'm very excited about this opportunity for the city to be that, because we're not for profit. And we are not going to get profit out of that, but we will get units. Yeah.
Thank you, Tracy.
Yes, thank you.
Any other discussion on the affordable housing? Thanks for this memo. It was very helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
Great discussion. Hearing nothing on this, anything else related to the fiscal 26 budget discussion that folks want to talk about at this time? We do have our capital improvement tomorrow, and that's at 2 p.m. Yeah.
What's that?
2 p.m.
CIP tomorrow at 2 p.m. Yeah. Yeah. If hearing no other discussions at this time, then we'll move on to item number 6. Council updates on assigned boards, commissions, and committees. Hearing none, we are adjourned from our work session. We'll be back at 6 p.m.
2 to 6 tomorrow.
All right, it is 6 p.m. on Tuesday, January 21st, 2025, and I'm going to call the City of Iowa City meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Alter. Here. Burgess.
Here.
Harmson.
Here.
Mo.
Here.
Saleh.
Yeah.
Teague.
Here. All right, want to welcome everyone to your City Hall, and to those joining us virtually, welcome to you as well. I hope you're staying warm as can be on this very cold day. We're going to jump right into our agenda, which is our consent agenda, items 2 through 6. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Mo.
Second. Sorry.
All right. And anyone from the public like to address the topics on our consent agenda?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I'm John Balmer, 10 Princeton Court. I'd like to address the charter review as the chair. I just wanted to.
All right, and that's going to be,
Consent agenda.
Except that there's
There is one on the consent agenda.
from the consent agenda.
okay. Yep.
What I would like to do is ask if there's any questions that anybody might have. We met with you informally and had a good meeting, made the presentation, and felt that there was agreement with what we had presented, but we know that you have to make the final approval with 3 readings of the ordinance. So I just wanted to give you that opportunity. I wasn't sure on the agenda. I see we are on the agenda later, but being on the consent calendar, I was just going to offer the opportunity for anybody that might have any questions. Again, thank you for choosing us. Vice Chair Molly Casera and I are here this evening, and our committee, as you may know, met 16 times, had 2 public hearings, had a good, robust discussion, and some very good input. So if there's any other questions, I'd be happy to answer those right now.
And at this time, we'll just take your comments, and if we'll be having this on our agenda, I assume the council can address anything at that time, but thank you.
I understood you are, and I just wasn't sure if at this point it was appropriate that I appear and ask if there were any other questions, so, okay. Thank you.
Yes. Anyone else want to address anything on our consent agenda? Seeing no one in person or online, please raise your hand virtually if you're online. I don't see anyone with their hand raised online either. Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Alter.
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Mo.
Yes.
Saleh.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes, motion passes 6-0. We're moving on to item number 7, which is community comment. This is an opportunity for folks to address an item that is not on our agenda. And we ask that you come forth, give your name and the city you're from. There is a sign-in at this desk. There's also stickers in the back that you can place in the basket there. You'll be allowed up to 3 minutes. If I can see the hands of anyone that want to speak during the public comment. Okay. Yep, you'll be allowed 3 minutes, and I welcome you at this time. Please give your name and the city you're from.
Well, Mayor and Council, my name is Linda Zelenskis. I'm from Iowa City, and I'm a retired nurse of 43 years. And I want to talk to you about the people who do not have homes, that are homeless in Iowa City. And I wasn't going to talk about Shelter House or the other place, but items have come up in those 2 places. I have bought tents up down to underwear. And anyway, I have delivered them to the garage and Shelter House. Then I pick up litter and I clean the porta potty seat with an antiseptic cloth and also underneath the seat. And I went just the other day to clean it, and there was a large piece of poop on the seat. And not too long ago, I went to do this. Yeah, okay. I would put antibacterial soap in there, but usually there is no soap for them to wash their hands. I called you, the mayor, about this. Then I learned about the overflow shelter. I went there today because I wanted to check the bathroom, and it's getting to be smelly. I do not know who gave it to the city to use, but I would not wish anyone that I knew to stay there. There's one shower, and we're all in this nice warm room. We don't need a hat, we don't need a coat, but Okay, and just wait. Okay, again, I checked the bathroom. There were new doors on the shower and the two bathrooms, and there was just a very little toilet paper. There was no hand sanitizer, and okay. Oh, and also the shower was dirty. It was really dirty, and I took the hose to, clean the shower, and it was so, there was hardly any pressure to the shower. And, there's so many people that are staying there. There are like 55 people that are staying there. And anyway, let me see. Okay. Oh, I've called, okay, let me just finish this up. The other thing is, I'm not going to quite, can I have a little bit more time? The other thing is there was a window open in the, at Shelter House, and all the people who came in from the outdoors had their hats and coats on. And then yesterday I went, and also the temperature of the inside shelter was 65 degrees. And so anyway, I just am hoping that we could call Kurt Ferentz, the sororities, the fraternities, people who do a feature on homelessness and channels.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
anyway,
Yep.
we've got to think about these
Did
people.
you, I'm going to have you write your name there on the sign-in list, or?
I did.
Oh, you did, thank you.
Okay.
Yep. Please, whoever wants to speak next, please come forth. Welcome, please state your name and city you're from.
Thank you. My name is Ray Nepple, wife Marlene, and I live at 2438 Walden Court. Hopefully the material I provided you give you an overview of the issues that needed immediate attention. We moved here in August of 2016. Surface water, along with poor drainage between the condos, has allowed the street to settle in front of our 13 condo owners. The 13-foot-long sidewalk is the evidence our condo is settled. The sidewalk has nosedived 2 inches to the building. Sad when it's no longer safe for a 78-year-old citizen to get his mail. 25-foot of cement cracks has appeared this summer in the driveway of our duplex condo next door. The water shutoffs are part of that driveway. Our service line runs under the patio to the back of the door. The city should have some interest in preserving water supply to the 26 condos. The north occupant of that condo has surface water running from the condo diagonally to the front, creating a ravine and out under the street. The sinkhole out back of our condo is adjacent to Mid-American Gas Century, Medicom Iona, who provide underground service. The common area is indeed of a French drain. It's time for the city to take action and protect their investments. Radon is prevalent at Walnut Court and the second leading cause of lung cancer. Iowa ranks second in cancer. Is my health being jeopardized by the poor drainage of the surface water? Mid-American Basement and VJ Engineering has submitted their proposals to our current and past board, but they have refused to take any action on the matter. To install a French drain is going to take the cooperation of Walnut Court, the city, the stormwater management, the retention people, VJ Engineering, as well as Walden Woods Towns. That's not much to ask in paying $78,000 of property taxes yearly. The neighbors in our Dulux are concerned. We have 26 condos. 20 to 30 years ago, the prairie blended with the South Ravine. Today, all the trees are gone. It's a mess. The property owners to the west have had to do a very poor drainage, along with infested mosquito waters after seasonal rain started. Housing development to the west of Weber has increased dramatically the last 4 years. How many people drive by this eyesore every day? We have a new calendar. It's time to start fresh with new ideas and solutions. It's your responsibility to throw the politics of this problem out the door and start working for the citizens and property owners of Iowa City. I visited City Hall many times over the last years. I acquired a stack of 18 business cards from various city officials and departments. The first 2 visits were very informative. That changed as I made more visits. Department heads no longer in, not available. I sensed a little hostile environment. Sad, but I had to face reality. That is our government at work. On 2 occasions, I reached out to Animal Control Office to enforce the leash dog law. The dogs were the property of county owners and run at large. Within 90 minutes, a little paddy wagon entered Walden Court on private property, drove up the street, a private street, to the appropriate condo and entered the driveway and resolved the issue with the owners. That's pretty good service. In closing, I have a very interesting quote on top of my desk under the glass, and it reads, "If you're not taking care of where you live, You are not a part of the solution. You are a part of the problem.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you sign in, sir?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. All right. Great. All right. Well, welcome, Counselor Taylor, former counselor here. Former, yes. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Good evening. My name is Pauline Taylor. I live in this wonderful city of Iowa City. I'm here tonight to stand with and support Mr. Nepple. I met him a few years ago when I was on the council. He lives in District A, the district I represented at that time. He contacted me about some issues he was having where he was living, which he's talked about those. He wondered if the city council could help him resolve any of these issues. He lives in a development that is governed by a homeowners association, alias HOA. My understanding of HOAs is that they typically have rules in place to protect property from neglect, and that those rules must comply with state and local laws and ordinances. Mr. Nepple took his concerns to the HOA, but they would not acknowledge most of these concerns. A few of the issues were taken care of, but some major ones have not, and they've become even worse over the past few years. And they will continue to compound to get even worse, like a sore or a blister that is not taken care of and continues to fester. It has come to the point that some of, as he mentioned, the westerly neighborhoods, these issues are beginning to affect some of those neighborhoods as well. Over the past few years, many of the new housing developments have been condos and townhomes. They have tended to form HOAs. If this trend continues, the city needs to put some strict guidelines in place for oversight of these HOAs. They should be held accountable. My hope is that the City Council and city staff can follow up on these concerns in order to finally resolve them for Mr. Nepple and his neighbors. Please, please show these residents that Iowa City really is the fair, just, and sustainable community that it strives for in its strategic plan. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address an item that's not on our agenda during this time? Seeing no one, we're going to move on to planning and zoning matters. We're going to start with 8A, rezoning ACT. Ordinance conditionally rezoning approximately 48.6 acres of property located north of North Scott Boulevard and east of North Dodge Street from Office Research Park Zone and Interim Development Research Park Zone to Mixed-Use Zone. This is the second consideration. Can I get a motion, please? Although there has been a motion to waive for expedited action.
Yeah, I move that the rule requiring that the ordinance must be considered and voted on for final passage at 2 meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended, that the second consideration and vote be waived, and that the ordinance be voted on for final passage at this time.
Second?
Moved by Mo, seconded by Salah. And we're going to open this up to the public for discussion. Anyone from the public want to talk on this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no one in person or online, council discussion.
Oh, very exciting.
Yep. All right, and I wanted to acknowledge that Councilor Alter is recusing herself from this item, and that's why she left. All right, roll call, please.
Burgess.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Mo.
Yes.
Salah.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Could I get a motion to pass and adopt, please?
So,
Mo.
second, Saleh?
Roll call, please.
Harmson.
Yes.
Mo.
Yes.
Salah.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes.
Burgess.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved, Burgess.
Second, Harmson.
Roll call, please.
Mo.
Yes.
Salah.
Yes.
Teague.
Yes.
Alter. Burgess.
Yes.
Harmson.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with one recusal. All right. We did get some late handouts that I wanted to do. A motion to accept correspondence.
So moved.
Yeah, this was from the pictures that were taken
From public comment.
from public comment. Yeah. So Burgess moved. Could I get-
Second, Saleh?
Seconded by Saleh. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. We're going to move on to 8B, rezoning Cardinal Heights. Ordinance conditionally rezoning approximately 27.68 acres of property located east of Camp Cardinal Boulevard and west of Camp Cardinal Road from low-density multifamily residential zone with a planned development overlay to low-density multifamily residential zone with a planned development overlay. This is second consideration. Could I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mo, seconded by Alter. And anyone from the public would like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. Yes, please. Yep. Yes. Yep. Please state your name and city you're from. Welcome.
My name is Lisa Mosier. This is my first city council meeting. I live in Cardinal Ridge, and I am wondering, the first plan that this development they had set up is to have this 16-unit further away from the tree line, and then, I mean, what I liked is that they were going to have all these single, or these high-end duplexes that were going to go down in those little pockets. I don't really know because you can't walk the land. But now it seems that that 16-unit is going to be coming closer to where the trees are, I think. I'm not really sure because I haven't seen the picture for a long time. But I'm wondering why they changed that, and I haven't been able to find out the answer. I also know that they were going to have 3. I thought it was 3. Is anybody from Western Homes here today?
Mayor, I think this was
I-
pertaining to the next agenda item, not this one.
Okay.
Very close geographically, but
But they're
I think
they're changing how the zoning is going to work.
it's a different project. It's
Yeah.
the next item on the agenda.
I'll
It's just
should I
trying to
just wait and be
clarify.
patient, and can I see the picture is somehow? Okay. But anyway, I am curious about why the change, and
Yeah.
why aren't they putting it
So
where
I
it was?
think what we'll do is we'll allow you to come back up.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic on the Cardinal Heights rezoning? Seeing no one in person or online. Council discussion?
Did staff not recommend expedited action on this?
No.
Correct. It wasn't requested by the applicant.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
Sella?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes?
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. 8C, rezoning Western Homes. Ordinance conditionally rezoning approximately 31.65 acres of property located east of Camp Cardinal Road and north of Gathering Place Lane for medium-density, single-family residential with a planned overlay development to with a planned development overlay. And this is the second consideration, and expedited action has been requested.
I move that the rule requiring that ordinances must be considered and voted on for passage at 2 meetings prior to the meeting at which it is to be finally passed be suspended, that the second consideration vote be waived, and that the ordinance be voted on for final passage at this time.
Second.
Moved by Mo, seconded by Sala. And we're going to have public comment at this time, so we welcome you to come back and speak on this item. If you're wanting to come back, now is the opportunity for anyone from the public to come and speak on this item. And just so that people know that this is an opportunity for them to speak to the council will not engage in conversation, but this is an opportunity to speak to us.
I'd like to, I'm Lisa Mosier from Iowa City. I'd like to know whether Western Homes can say why they're changing what their original plan was. Because I haven't really been able to find that.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address this topic? Welcome. Please state
Hello.
your name and city you're from.
Steve Long, Iowa City, with Salida Partners representing Western Home Communities. At the last meeting, we gave a explanation, and I'm sorry you weren't at that meeting. What happened, this was approved, I believe, I should have had the civil engineers here as well, about 2 years ago. And this cul-de-sac had, I believe, 6 homes, and it was determined that we were only able to do 5 because of topography. And then talking with people interested in the project, there's been a big demand. Wellness became a big portion, that's something that was sought after, and we needed more room for like a wellness center and activity and space. And so we worked with the architect and the engineer to create some wellness space, and also to get a lower price point, have some congregate living areas as well. So there's 16 units, 8 per floor, being proposed.
So this is a part of the development team, and typically I would have waited until we close public
sorry.
comment. But what I'll do, because council may want to engage in some questions, I'll ask that we'll be able to do that during our deliberations.
I'll be right here.
All right, thanks. Anyone else from the public like to address this topic? Hearing from no one else, council discussion.
Yeah, I really would like just to ask you, Steve, have you, I remember like most of the project, they do like good neighborhood meeting. Have you done that with the residents?
Yes, we did have a good neighbor meeting.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure the neighbor are aware, because especially we are expediting this, and if there is people have like questions, I don't think it's a good idea to expedite it. So maybe now one person came, and I don't know how, if you did this good meeting so the people know about it and to come and talk. I just like things, we don't need to expedite it, so because maybe other people will come and say something.
Just as a follow-up, because I'm looking in the P&Z notes, that the Good Neighbor meeting, as it's detailed here, was held in 2022. Since there had been a change, has there been a Good Neighbor meeting?
Yes, we had, I don't remember, do you remember the date? It was
Just
in
as an FYI.
December.
Yeah, it was November 6,
Yes.
2024, according to the agenda packet.
Okay,
Just as an
thank you.
FYI. I just happened to
Okay,
see
no,
that.
I was probably somewhere that I hadn't seen. Thank you.
And if this is not being like, if we can just make it normal 3 vote, is this going to affect the developer or anything? Like, are you really wanting to do this as soon as possible? So I can, just seeing like people coming out right now to talk about this, I don't know why they did not attend the good meeting, like Good Neighbor meeting.
Yeah, everyone was invited as per the ordinance.
Yeah,
within
I
500
understand.
feet. And, when's the next meeting?
It's going to be February
4th.
4th.
February 4th, the
Okay.
early February. Is that good?
That won't be a problem. I mean, it's pretty cold out to be putting foundations in.
Okay. I think if we can, as a council, to wait, just like give it normal 3 vote, will be great.
Anything else for Steve at this time by anyone?
Oh,
Thank
thank
you,
you,
Steve.
Steve.
Yep. So, City Attorney, if we reverse this motion, is there a supermajority that needs to do that, or no?
I'm sorry, did you say to reverse the motion?
To
The expedited.
I mean, I guess if it's the consensus of council to not expedite, I would just suggest that you vote no on the motion to waive second consideration and then just move forward with a normal second reading.
Got it.
Okay. I will just ask the council kindly to wait for 3 reading, and if the developer doesn't accept that, so we can, there is no problem.
Any other discussion on this item? All right. So this is a motion to waive second consideration. Roll call, please.
Teague,
No?
Alter,
No.
Burgess,
No.
Harmson,
No.
Mo,
No.
Salah.
No.
Motion fails 0 to 6. So we will go back, and then can I get a motion to
Second
give
consideration.
second consideration, please?
Mo, yes.
Saleh, move second.
Yeah, moved by Mo, seconded by Saleh. And roll call, please. Any more discussion at this time? No? Roll call, please.
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Salah,
Yes.
Teague.
Yes, motion passes 6 to 0. And could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved. Alter.
Second, Burgess.
Roll call, please.
Is this a motion to
Yeah.
correspond? Just voice vote.
Yeah,
would be
it's a
fine.
voice vote. Yes. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 6 to 0. All right. We're on to regular formal agenda, items 9. 9A is the Ashton House and Project Green Gardens REAP Grant Project. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the Ashton House and Project Green Gardens REAP Grant Project, establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing, and welcome.
Good evening. Julie Seidel Johnson, Director of Parks and Recreation. I'm excited to be here to talk to you about this project. This is doing work on the grounds around the Ashton House, so not the Ashton House itself. It's a joint project with Project Green. It was their brainchild to do this, and they received a $200,000 REAP grant to fund it. So the background is located next to the Ned Ashton House off Park Road in the Iowa River. And the idea is to increase access and give Project Green a little help. There'll be some extra water service to the areas for their gardening and grounds maintenance that they do that. And then increase amenities for the users of that park area. So it includes additional trail spurs and additional access from the east side of the property, bike rack, bike fix-it station, benches, a bird blind, which is the first in our park system, which I'm really excited about, and then a fire ring in the area. So a lot of fun stuff happening in that park area. It's along the trail, gets a lot of public use, and this just adds more to that as a destination. It's estimated cost of $170,000. As I said, the grant was for $200,000, so design fees are the rest of that amount. We'll be letting the bids on February 11th with award hopefully on February 18th, start of the project in the spring of this year and completion by the fall. Happy to answer any questions.
What exactly? Tell me a little bit more about the bird blind.
Yeah, so it's kind of an artistic thing that they're doing. It is a wall that it'll be put up near the river. It'll have little sections, open sections in it, so you'll sit behind the blind, so the birds don't see you as a human, is my understanding, but you can see out and watch the birds from there. So
Nice. Yeah.
Nice. All right, thank you. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved. Mo.
Second, Burgess.
All right, council discussion.
I love that park. I've been to a wedding in that outdoor space and many community events in the thing. I think it's wonderful our city has that. It's a wonderful amenity, so.
Roll call, please.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Salah,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Motion passes 6 to 0. 9B, 2024 High Service Pump VFD Replacement Project. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of costs for the construction of the High Service Pump Variable Frequency Drive Replacements Project. Establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid. Directing city clerk to post notice to bidders and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome.
Hi, John with Iowa City Water. So this is the acronym project, High Service Pump Variable Frequency Drive Replacement. On the screen there, that is our high service room. These are the high service pumps. These large cabinets next to them are variable frequency drives. So they can speed up or slow down the pumps. The importance of these pumps is hard to overstate. Every drinking fountain, toilet flush, shower, bottle of shampoo from P&G gets its pressure from these pumps either directly or indirectly. We've managed to limp these drives along for its 20-year design life, going so far as to source some parts from eBay. So this will replace the two 500 horsepower and two 300 horsepower high service pump drives. The room itself can generate a lot of heat because of all this electricity that goes through it, so we also have to improve the HVAC. And then our supervisory control and data acquisition, lovingly known as SCADA, also needs to be updated once this drive is in place. We hope to start this spring and be complete by next spring. As noted on there, the VFD supply chain can get pretty hairy because there's a lot of parts in here that come from overseas, and so it takes time to build these, source these, get everything here, and install them. And we have to do it in sequence so we don't lose pressure in the system. So I'll be on site during that, and Aline will be the project manager, and if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Will the public experience any change in water pressure while you guys are doing the work on this?
Sort of as part of that, I was like, how, maybe it's super in the weeds, but how do you go about replacing those while still making sure that Iowa City has service?
Like playing a shell game.
Okay.
One at a time. There's restrictions in the contract to make sure that it's sequenced in such a way where we don't lose our high service pumps altogether.
Would I be, go ahead,
I was just going to say, I liked very much that you actually leveled the answer in a way that I could understand. And go ahead, Councilor
I was gonna
Harmsen,
say,
but I do have one more question after
safe to
that.
assume that, kind of addressing exactly what, there's some redundancy there. Like, they're probably
Correct.
not all four having to run
We
quite often.
typically run two of the small ones at a time to try to achieve as much energy efficiency as possible, which is the main benefit of those VFDs, is we can bring them up and down to limit the amount of energy we're putting into the water. Because as those pumps are running, they're effectively lifting all of that water 250 feet in the air. And so we lift 6 million gallons of water 250 feet in the air every day. And then occasionally just have to dump it back into a tank and then lift it again.
Oh, okay.
I had a question that had to do with the funding,
And
or the money.
I just had a question about durability, like how
Okay.
long this investment is for
Go ahead.
us. So I think they're probably related questions. So what's your, no?
Yeah, so design life for most of these high-end electronics is about 20 years. But we try to get as much as we can out of them. These, in keeping with the way the world works, are Robicon, but Robicon was bought by Siemens. Siemens obsoleted the product. So when we need technical support, we find that one guy that still works for Siemens that used to work for Robicon that can tell us what we need to do.
So my question is, and I think I heard you, before I ask the question, am I remembering correctly, you said these parts would be coming from overseas?
The drives themselves are from all different walks, but because they have those microcontrollers in them, that's typically what slows things down.
Okay. I was wondering in terms of the estimated cost and the potential of tariffs, if you feel reasonable that this is the amount, or is there some, I know that everything with inflation right now has skyrocketed, but I just wondered if, as a council, do we need to start being concerned when we get projects that are estimated, if, as far as the accuracy of the estimates in light of potential tariffs?
Well, we can only make estimates based on what we know.
Okay, that's,
So,
yeah, that makes a lot of sense, but.
But we already know the time it takes to get these is extended just because they're active front VFDs, which helps with reactive load on the utility side and what's required, so it takes more time for these. They're not off-the-shelf type
Right.
VFDs.
No more questions for you. Thank you. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
Move, Sauter.
Second, Mo?
Council discussion.
Things we have very good quality of weather, and we need to do what we need to do.
Yeah.
Yes, well said.
Money well spent.
Roll call, please.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Salah?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. 9D North Gilbert Street Reconstruction Project. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of the cost for the construction of,
9C.
I am sorry. We're going to go back to 9C. So 9C Senior Center Exterior Door and Window Replacement Project. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the Iowa City Senior Center Exterior Door and Window Replacement Project. Establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid, directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing, and welcome.
Julie Seidel Johnson, Director of Parks and Recreation, here with my facilities hat on for this one. This starts the project to replace the windows and the doors at the Senior Center. It's on the Historic Registry, so National Register of Historic Places. So the project repairs and refurbishes it in the historic sense. But the other neat thing about this project is our climate action goals. It is going to make the building much more energy efficient. I'll show you in a minute pictures of the elevations of the building, but 16% of the exterior of this building is windows. So by replacing windows that are from 1979 to updated windows, you'll have some energy savings there, along with doors and that. So the project repair and refurbish the existing historic wood elements at the monumental openings. That's the arched openings over the windows and the doors that you see around the buildings. Repair and refurbish the existing historic painted wood surrounds, remove and replace existing aluminum frayed windows, media blast and refurbish historic exterior wall scones adjacent to the west entry, remove and replace existing exterior storefronts on the west side, exterior door hardware, access controls, remove and replace the roof hatch on the roof, another energy saving measure, provide and install new interior manual solar roller shades on the windows, and then alternates will include painted wood in lieu of aluminum doors at the west entrance. And actually, talking earlier today with the engineer in charge of the project, the last three items will probably be actually alternates on the bids. So with the roller shades on the inside of the building and that roof hatch, we bid as alternates. The estimated cost, $1.1 million. Schedule is to put it out to bid on March 4th with award hopefully on March 11th and completion by October 31st. I'm not planning an overall closure of the building during this project, but there will be limited closures at various times. Obviously, if they're working on the doors and they can't get in and out of the doors, they'll have a few days closed here and there, but overall is to continue to have the center operate throughout. And just the elevations that show you just truly the amount of windows and doors on the building. And it's all the casing, the windows and the doors, woodwork around the doors. Happy to answer any questions.
Can you talk about, Historic Preservation gave it a certificate of appropriateness. Can you speak to any of their comments? Were they fully in support of this or have any conditions that they were concerned about?
I'm actually not aware, but I believe so.
Okay.
I don't know there are any issues with what was planned for it.
But it's repair of anything that's historic and replacement of the 70s non-historic is the general ethos.
Funding sources for this, can you tell us about that? Is it all general fund, any?
Yeah, this is mostly borrowing, general obligation bonds.
So you said even with the window component, they'll have to block off the interior of the windows, but they'll still be able to use the space when the windows are pulled out. Do you have a sense of like, are all the windows coming out all at once, or is it
It looks like it will be in zones, and so there will be limited closures and moving of activities within the building during those times.
Okay.
But my sense is there'll be some function within the building throughout most of the project.
I also gather they're excited to get new windows because theirs are currently leaky, so.
The reason I asked the funding question is because I understood that there could be some funds available for historic properties, maybe at the state level, and I don't know if we even attempted to apply for those or if we're eligible because we're a governmental body.
Are you referring to tax credits?
Not tax credits. I understood that, and it could be tax credits for residents, where it would be if you have a historic property, then it could be tax credits that they get, which, of course, that wouldn't apply to us. So,
Yeah, outside of the tax credits, I'm not aware of anything, but.
Okay. All right. Thank
Is
you.
it only tax credit? I remember we said like if somebody have a historic building or house, they can apply for grant to get fixed. Like we said that during historic preservation committee. I don't know. That's what you're referring to, Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have a local program geared towards much smaller residential projects. It's about 40,000 per year. So the awards are, I think, about 5,000 per award. Nothing to accommodate a project of this scale.
Yeah, and also this is local, like from our money,
Right.
same thing. So I'm talking like some like state maybe or something like that. But yeah, thank you.
No other questions for you. Thanks. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. If you're in person and you want to address this, if you can raise your hand at this time. Seeing no one in person or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Mo.
Second, Alter.
All right, moved by Mo, seconded by Alter. Council discussion. It is a beautiful building.
It
I
is.
was just going to say, I'm like, it's all those windows that actually make it that way. Having taught at EPB for many years, I can say the type of window matters. So
Yes.
this is exciting.
Yeah. Roll call, please.
Mo?
Yes.
Sella?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Now we are on to item number 9D. Thanks for catching that. North Gilbert Street Reconstruction Project. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of costs for the construction of the North Gilbert Street Reconstruction Project. Establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid. Directing city clerk to post notice to bidders and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Scott Silvers, Assistant City Engineer. So this project is on North Gilbert Street between Brown Street and Kimball Street. The project generally includes street and sidewalk reconstruction from Brown Street to Kimball Street. It also includes water main, storm sewer, sanitary sewer improvements, along with new retaining walls and driveway approaches. I guess before I move on to the next slide, I guess I wanted to mention that because of the grade of the street, the sidewalks will be steeper than on some of our other streets. With that being said, the sidewalk as designed is still ADA compliant. Sidewalks that are constructed in public right-of-way are allowed to follow the grade of the street per current design standards. So just wanted to make sure I noted that. As far as the strategic plan goes, the impact area that this project touches on is mobility. And the strategies that were addressed during project development were to design and maintain complete streets that are comfortable and safe for all users, and grow and prioritize bike and pedestrian accommodations. And this was done by the street pavement improvements that we're planning, the addition of sidewalk on both sides of the street that are ADA compliant, and then improved storm sewer and street drainage at the intersection of Kimball Road. The estimated construction cost for the project is $2 million. And the schedule is we're issuing bid documents tomorrow. The bid opening will be on February 11th. Plan to award at your February 18th council meeting with the construction timeline of construction starting this spring and then finishing up this fall. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
What arrangements or detours or what have you are, like, how are residents going to be able to sort of navigate getting to their homes during this time?
Yep, that's a great question. Because of the narrow width of the right-of-way and kind of the restricted area, the street will be closed in sections. And in those sections, we are still planning to maintain local traffic to each of the driveways.
Thanks for talking about the steep grade. I know we got constituents calling because they're concerned about somebody, taking that steep sidewalk, and what does that mean for them if somebody falls? But I think we understand we need sidewalks. Do we ever in Iowa City put signage up for, like, this is really steep, or is that just a direction we don't go typically?
Good question. We don't typically, I'm not aware of us putting up signs regarding steepness of sidewalks.
Okay. And we don't, we don't close things for wintertime or anything.
No.
It's not a typical thing. Okay.
Not for sidewalks that are in public right-of-way.
I appreciate you talking to the steepness because it is an incredibly steep hill, but I'm sure the people who are walking up it on the street now will be very glad to have a sidewalk.
Sure.
Can you talk about the Brown Street component of that?
Sure.
Is the intention that it looks at the end of the project like it's the same historic Brown Street look, the clay brick pavers, or is it replaced with something different?
Correct, yep. So we'll be, that will be completely reconstructed, but there'll be a PCC or a concrete base underneath it, and then we'll top it off with the existing brick that are there. So it'll look just like it does today.
Wonderful, good. Thanks.
Hearing no other questions, thank you. Anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. If you're in this room, please raise your actual hand. Seeing no one? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. Could I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved, Burgess.
Second, Sade.
Council discussion. Roll call, please.
Stella?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. We are on to item 9E, right? 2025 Parking Garages Maintenance and Repair Project. Resolution approving project manual and estimate of cost for the construction of the 2025 Parking Garages Maintenance and Repair Project. Establishing amount of bid security to accompany each bid. Directing city clerk to post notice to bidders, and fixing time and place for receipt of bids. I'm going to open the public hearing and welcome. Yes.
Joe Walter, Senior Engineer with the Engineering Division. So this is our annual parking project. It's part of basically our way of keeping our 6 parking ramps up to speed as far as normal repair and maintenance. This particular project is going to focus mainly on the Dubuque Street ramp, although we're going to have some components at Tower and Chauncey. The main work items that we have, anchor bolt replacement, concrete crack repairs, some concrete grinding, epoxy with membrane, expansion joint header repairs, expansion joint replacement, expansion joint sealant replacement. We have some horizontal repairs, new membrane installation, painting, penetrating sealer installation, recoating of existing membrane, removal of some old membrane. We have slab sealant replacement, storm water drain covers that are being replaced, and vertical overhead spall repairs to be replaced. The ones I highlighted in bold are the vast majority of the cost. And just to give you an idea, so penetrating sealer, 30,700 square foot of basically the basement and half of the first level. That is $30,000, whereas 35,000 square feet of new membrane costs $237,000. So basically the same amount of area. So if we can get ahead of these things, which is what we've been trying to do in recent years, penetrating sealer, 1/10 of the cost of new membrane. Once you go to the membrane, then you're stuck with that. So that's why we really try to minimize that as much as we can. Slab sealant replacement, we have $75,000 of that in this contract. Expansion joint replacement, we have $41,000 for that. Just to give you kind of some ideas what those costs are. Overall cost, $572,000. Our schedule for this, we are intending to open bids at the end of February, award in March, start construction in May. That's after the university school year gets out, and try to get that done basically right around the beginning of the university calendar for back in the fall.
How many lost parking spots do you anticipate?
We have restrictions on the parking spaces. It's typically per ramp, it's in around 60 spaces. There are certain things that we have to do to work around that. Like that penetrating sealer, for instance, we'll end up losing probably a bit more spaces than Dubuque Street to do that. When we do the membrane, we try to alternate traffic, so we'll do like 2/3 and a 1/3 type of thing. So we'll have people driving on the 1/3 and removing and replacing on the 2/3, and then we'll flop that over to try to minimize the amount of spaces.
Joe, you mentioned there's some improvements on or maintenance on the Chauncey Swan ramp as well. Do you expect any impacts on the farmers market with this happening over the summer?
No, it's primarily what we're doing is sealant around the expansion joints on the towers, the stair towers. So it really should take very minimal spots, very small mobilization area and staging area for that. And but we've been experiencing some water in those stair towers, and so we're going to redo those joints, especially up on the upper levels, and that should take care of some of those issues that we've been seeing with that, as well as the walkway that goes between the Chauncey Tower and the Chauncey ramp. So not doing work down on the lower levels where the farmers market is.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone from the public would like to address this topic? If you're online, please raise your virtual hand. If you're in this room, please raise your actual hand. Seeing no one, in person or online, I'm going to close the public hearing. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved. Mo?
Second. Go for it. Second alter.
All right. Council discussion. Way to battle it out. Roll call, please.
Teague,
Yes?
Alter,
Yes.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmson,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Salah.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. 9F, Charter Amendments, Ordinance amending the Iowa City Charter as recommended by the Charter Review Commission. This is the first consideration. And I'm going to, could I get a motion to give first consideration?
So moved. Mo?
Second, Harmson.
All right. And then I'm going to welcome our city attorney, Eric, for starters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as council will recall, we had a work session at our last meeting to discuss all the good work that the Charter Review Commission had done, including the report that they prepared and approved and a presentation by the chair and vice chair, both of whom are also present here this evening. Council then gave direction to me to go ahead and put forth the ordinance to adopt all of the changes that have been proposed by the Iowa City Charter Commission. That is what is before you today, and as I mentioned, both the chair and vice chair are here if you have any additional questions for the recommendations that they are making.
Thank you. And I see the chair here. Yes,
Yeah, it's nice to be up here again and have enjoyed the meeting. It's been a while since I've been here. So, again, I want to thank City Attorney Gores, City Clerk Grace. They were outstanding in their assistance with the Charter Review Commission, and certainly couldn't have done it without their very fine assistance. And on a personal note, this is 50-year anniversary for me. 1975 was the anniversary of the city charter, and I happened to be fortunate to be one of the 7 people that was elected, the first 7-person council. So this has got special meaning for me, and I really appreciate the opportunity to have been the chair, been on the commission and be the chair. So this has been very special. Our commission was very, very diverse, and we had robust discussions. As you may be aware, there were several areas that we had some disagreements, but and the final product came together and unanimously approved it to be sent to you. So with that, if there's any further questions, as many people know, it's a 10-year process, every 10 years, and it's healthy to go through it and to review it, and we've been well served by this charter, I think, anyway. It was as one who was formerly in your seats and now is out here, and I followed it very closely. I can't tell you how many times I've read and reread that charter, but it's pretty basic and pretty simple. Even I can understand it. So, you have any additional questions?
I just want to say thank you again very much for your work. As we're going through a special election right now, I have people who are reaching out about why is that number for the primary established? I don't remember that being a hot discussion topic during your Charter Commission review, but did that come up at all, or was it a major consideration?
You mean as far as the number that it takes to
trigger a primary?
Trigger a primary?
Was that a big
Not
discussion
really.
point? It was just that
No.
it wasn't something to concern about?
I don't think it was it City Attorney Gores?
No, I don't. To be clear, you're talking about the number of candidates that are have declared or have turned in paperwork in order to have a primary. Is that right, Councilor Mo?
Exactly, yeah.
I don't recall that was a topic that was discussed by the Charter
In fact, just the opposite. We were concerned that there were many of those races that were going uncontested. And it's nice to have now some contested races. And so I can remember when I first ran, I did a lot of explaining to people about the system we have. It's a kind of a hybrid system, as you know, with the districts and at large. The districts, you run from the district, and if there is a primary, you're voted on just by those residents who reside there, but the rest of the community then gets to vote on you in the general election, and something I still favor to this day. So that was an area of discussion.
I understand your concern. I really seem like 3 is really low number to trigger primary. So it is, it's good to see people come up and try to be involved. But I just thought 3 is really concerning, 3 people, and after that for primary, because we need, especially for district the district for one person. I don't know if this for the general election seem good, but
I think it's very good and very healthy, frankly.
Yeah, it
that
is.
We're going to have a competitive race, and you've gotten the attention of the community, I think, and that's good.
It's good, yeah, but we're gonna spend money. Yeah.
Remind me, so I guess this is a question, but looking for confirmation. One of the recommendations that came from the commission was, in fact, that continued education and engagement with the community, right? To
Absolutely.
make sure that people are aware of how the system works and what they're voting for, whether, that it's based on the recommendations that it is for city council and then the mayoral position is elected internally or what have you. But that this is all something that basically every single one of us should be working on to make sure that people are aware, right?
I think
that's the recommendation.
Absolutely, and I think
Education.
we would encourage this to be a county-wide issue and get more buy-in from everybody, and include the League of Women Voters, the Iowa City Partnership, people that we can reach out to and hello. Anyway, yes, very good point, Counselor. I think that's something, and certainly I would be like to be involved in that, and I'm certain Vice Chair Casera would too. I think we have a buy-in now, and I still feel strongly that we need to get more people involved in the process.
Any more questions? Because we should be asking questions. We'll be deliberating later.
Yeah, we should. I do have one question just to follow up on that thread, because in the charter itself, we're not speaking to how exactly education about the charter could happen.
Right.
Is that something that you foresee as far as what umbrella that would be under, what organization might take the lead? We've always had challenges of getting people to come together. So
Yes.
where is that housed?
Well, when this charter was first proposed 50 years ago, the League of Women Voters was extremely involved. In fact, they had several people that were on the initial charter commission. It would certainly behoove us to reach out to them and the Iowa City Partnership that we have also, because I think they're another vehicle and conduit for that, and certainly anybody else. But yeah, I think that would. But I think I don't know what the league does anymore. Frankly, I haven't had much involvement with them, but I think they would be a vehicle that we could certainly utilize.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, thank you very much. We very much appreciate it. I personally do too. Thank you.
Well, thanks to you. And thanks to you as well, Commissioner, for coming tonight. I really appreciate all the work of the commissioners. At this point, we're going to ask for public discussion on this item. Anyone in person want to speak to this? If you are, please raise your hand. If you're online and want to speak to this, please raise your virtual hand. Seeing no one in person or online. All right. Council discussion.
I just want to say, really thank you. This is historic, every 10 years we have this, and I think the amount of the meeting that you guys done is amazing, and involving the public, I think, and since there is no change made, which is great, that means the system is working, and the people happy about it. And yeah, we appreciate your work. Thank you very much. I will be voting yes for this.
Ditto.
All right. Any other comments? All right. Roll call, please.
Alter?
Yes.
Burgess?
Yes.
Harmson?
Yes.
Mo?
Yes.
Sella?
Yes.
Teague?
Yes, motion passes 6-0. All right. We are moving on to item number 9G, and this is approval of the 2026 through 2030 Consolidated Plan. Resolution adopting Iowa City's 2026 through 2030 Consolidated Plan, authorizing the city managers to submit said plan, technical corrections, and all necessary certifications to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and designating the city manager as the authorized chief executive officer for the consolidated plan. Mayor Pro Tem is recusing herself from this item. And can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved. Mo?
Second, Alter.
All right. Great. And then welcome.
Hey, Erica Kubley with Neighborhood Services. So I'm going to start with a little bit about the consolidated plan. It's a document required by HUD that the city completes once every 5 years. Locally, years ago, we named the plan City Steps, so this next plan will be City Steps 2030. The plan is designed to help assess local affordable housing and community development needs and market conditions, and will allow us to make place-based investment decisions for our federal entitlement funding. Iowa City is what HUD calls an entitlement community, which means that we receive CDBG and home funds annually, given that we comply with all of HUD's regulations, including this plan. Some of the benefits of a consolidated plan are that it provides the process provides a framework for community-wide dialogue to identify housing and community development priorities that can be met with our federal funding from HUD. The plan enables efficient allocation of federal funds by aligning multiple grant programs under a single plan. In addition to our CDBG and home funding, the plan incorporates some of our short-term funding sources like CDBG CV and home ARP. The plan also ensures accountability with built-in methods for monitoring progress and evaluating the effectiveness of our programs. Some of the key components of the plan include a community profile, market analysis, strategic objectives, and an action plan. We have not completed the first year action plan yet because we don't have our FY26 funding amounts from HUD. I expect to be back to council with the action plan around May of this year. The planning process for City Steps includes an analysis of market conditions, demographics, and community needs through surveys, focus groups, and data collection. We define clear, measurable objectives, including goals for housing affordability, homelessness prevention, and other community development efforts. It proposes specific strategies and actions to achieve the set goals, including potential partnerships with local organizations and private sector entities. And the plan also emphasizes the importance of engaging with the community throughout the process through public meetings, outreach efforts, and feedback mechanisms. So there are a number of documents that are either part of or related to the consolidated plan. Every year, staff complete 2 reports for each of the 5 years. The annual action plan is completed prior to the beginning of the fiscal year and outlines specific activities that we will invest funds in for that year. And then what we call the CAPER is completed immediately after the fiscal year and reports out on our spending and accomplishments. Both of these are available to the public on the city's website. Some other related documents embedded within the consolidated plan, the analysis of impediments to fair housing and the citizen participation plan. We're in the process of updating both of those this spring. And then NDS is also working on a regional housing needs assessment, which isn't really part of the consolidated plan process, but it's kind of, there's some overlap there. So the city hired Mullen & Lonergan to complete our consolidated plan through an RFP process. Council heard from Bill and the rest of the team back in November. Mullen & Lonergan is highly qualified to help staff complete the plan and ensure we're hitting all of the compliance points so that we can continue to receive our HUD funding. We're working mostly remotely with our consultants, but they did visit Iowa City this past summer to help facilitate our public input sessions. So as part of the consolidated plan effort, the city and Mullen & Lonergan conducted extensive outreach. This took place primarily last summer and into the fall. We held 3 advertised in-person public meetings at different locations across the city. Evening meetings were held at the Pheasant Ridge and Broadway neighborhood centers, as well as a meeting at St. Patrick's Church hosted by Escucha Mi Voz. 6 in-person stakeholder sessions were held here at City Hall in July and August. Sessions were well attended and provided insights into the current conditions and needs of the city. The topics for those sessions are listed here. An additional virtual public meeting was held for anyone who couldn't attend the in-person meetings or just had more to contribute. We also had a housing survey conducted in multiple languages for the public to complete. We had a total of 336 survey responses, and then we had a shelter survey for residents at Shelter House and DVIP. Oh, and this, the graphic is a flyer for our stakeholder sessions, and those are translated into various languages. And then the photos in this, this slide, the top one is the session at Broadway Neighborhood Center, the public meeting, and then the one below is at the public meeting at St. Patrick's Church. So some of the themes from the public meeting include the need for expanded affordable housing opportunities. We heard a lot about rent assistance, more vouchers, solutions for chronic homelessness, including expanded permanent supportive housing, and a general increased need for housing to serve those below 30% of the area median income. We heard about the need for solutions that address barriers to access public services and affordable housing. Transportation, we heard about bus service to mobile home parks, access to the DMV in Coralville, and transit for seniors. We heard about barriers for immigrants, specifically lack of documentation and credit history, language barriers, and lack of insurance for health care. And then we heard about fair housing quite a bit, including the acceptance of housing choice vouchers by landlords, predatory practices in mobile home parks, and higher security deposits and application fees for renters. Another fee was the need for continuing and expanded public services, increased mental health needs, additional services in low-income neighborhoods such as health clinics, and again, additional needs for supportive services and permanent supportive housing. And lastly, the need for workforce development and improved access to opportunities, vocational training opportunities, and the need for childcare that is both affordable and pays a living wage. So in addition to helping us determine our community needs, we asked our consultant to review our federal grant administration process in Iowa City. There have been a lot of changes with HUD in the past 5 years. Our previous City Steps was rolled out right before COVID. So we've had a lot of new grants and regulations. For staff, it's been really challenging to keep up with the compliance, and a portion of that burden gets shared with our partner agencies as subrecipients. Some of the general observations from our consultant of Iowa City, we're considered a small entitlement community. We receive about $1.1 million in CDBG and home. That's for FY25. CDBG funding has been level over time. However, our home funding was cut by about $130,000 last year. With our funding, we currently allow any eligible activity under CDBG and home, which is uncommon for small entitlement communities because we have limited staff capacity. They also noted that federal regulations triggered by certain projects can increase project costs. An example of this would be Davis-Bacon wage rate regulations. HUD continues to add complex compliance regulations, but the technical assistance offered is very limited. Given this, our current staff levels do not allow us to specialize in every type of eligible activity. So the recommendation was that we prioritize our federal resources on the highest priority needs and focus strategic investments and funding decisions based on those identified needs, which is what we try to do with this plan. And for this, we're really looking at our federal funds. We fortunately have local resources available for affordable housing and public services. We don't specify funding for local programs in this plan, but we do refer back to the City Steps priorities quite a bit throughout the work that we do. So just to give you a comparison, I pulled information for 4 communities that have the most comparable level of CDBG funding to Iowa City. And each of those communities are focusing funding on limited activities. All cities use CDBG for administrative costs as well as public services. We kind of max those out when we can. From there, each community focuses on funding 1 to 3 additional activities. Iowa City, we're currently administering 7 other activities, which isn't recommended as a best practice for a community at our funding level and staffing level. So now I'm going to shift into our recommended investment strategies for our federal funding, starting with home. Staff recommend focusing home funds on 2 new set-asides. A set-aside means that we would budget for that activity each year rather than apply competitively for funding. First, we'd like to do tenant-based rent assistance, or TBRA. Rent assistance has been identified by the community as a high need. We know the Housing Choice Voucher wait list is currently closed, and there's more demand for assistance than can be provided with the limited vouchers that we have. The Iowa City Housing Authority currently has TBRA funding for a new program that we anticipate continuing. The set-aside will create a predictable budget and allow us to operate the program continually, which is important when we're providing rent assistance. Second, we recommend a set-aside for down payment assistance. This is another area consistently identified by the community as a high need. When we've surveyed community members for this plan and for ARPA, down payment assistance was one of the top 3 prioritized housing needs for low-income households. We currently operate a down payment assistance program through partnerships with Hills Bank, Green State, Iowa Valley Habitat for Humanity, and we also offer down payment through our South District program. So each of these projects that we're already serving will fit into this category. And again, if we create an annual set-aside, that will allow us to operate the program continually based on demand. Our next recommendation is to direct applicants for new construction of affordable housing to apply for funding through the Housing Trust Fund of Johnson County. This is a change from how we've been operating. The city allocated about $700,000 to the trust fund in FY25 for affordable housing. That includes our tax credit set-aside. Using federal funds for new construction adds substantial regulatory compliance to a project. Section 3, Davis-Bacon, and the Build America, Buy America regulations get triggered by new construction projects, even if we're just funding a couple units. These regulations are an administrative burden, but they also increase project costs. So we propose directing the new construction projects to the local funding opportunities. Also note that the Housing Trust Fund's most recent funding round had $2.9 million available, and our home allocation is very small at $384,000. Another benefit of the trust fund is they offer quarterly funding rounds, and projects can begin shortly after the award, whereas with federal funding, we're kind of at the mercy of HUD, and we have a lot of delays throughout the program year. And finally, our recommendation for home is to limit our competitive funding to our CHODO activities. CHODO stands for Community Housing Development Organization. These are agencies whose mission is affordable housing, so they have a higher level of experience and expertise. We're currently working with the Housing Fellowship as our CHODO. the home program requires we set aside funding for Choto, so we would continue this and work with the Housing Fellowship directly on projects. For CDBG, the city has a longstanding owner-occupied housing rehab program that we plan to continue using CDBG funds. Preservation of our existing housing stock is a high community priority. CDBG funds allow us to serve a broader range of projects, including mobile home repairs, which can't be served under the home program. We also recommend establishing a rental rehab set aside under CDBG. This would be for city-owned non-public housing rentals. The city plans to expand its affordable housing portfolio, and so we think it's important to have these resources available to preserve those units. For our competitive funding round in CDBG, projects would be limited to public facilities and rental acquisition only. Examples of the public facility projects would be improvements that we've recently done, improvements at neighborhood centers and at Shelter Houses Emergency Shelter. These two activities are programs that we commonly fund now, and we anticipate the need for funding to continue in the next 5 years. And then lastly, we can use up to 15% of our CDBG allocation on public service activities, which we will continue to do. We pair this with local funds under aid to agencies. And so this is just a table of the different programs and changes are identified, changes for City Steps 2030 are identified in the green font. As staff, we feel these changes will help us prioritize our federal resources more strategically based on the public input and community need. So Aid to Agencies is our human services grant program for local nonprofits. We are currently funding legacy agencies on a 2-year cycle and non-legacy agencies annually, both through competitive funding rounds. Our current budget is about $770,000. Most of that comes from the general fund. About 84% of the total budget is general fund. The remainder comes from CDBG public service dollars. This year we funded 19 legacy agencies and 6 non-legacy agencies. That's for FY25. So the Aid to Agencies program has evolved over time. We've been making incremental policy changes since 2018. However, we still have some ongoing program challenges. First, there's simply just more demand for funds and services than resources available. This is despite the city's increase in funding over time. The table on this slide shows the increases to this program each year, which come entirely from the general fund. Because we have a strong network of service providers in Iowa City, and because Aid to Agency provides flexible funding with limited strings attached, the funding process tends to be highly competitive. Back in City Steps 2025, we attempted to categorize agencies to level the playing field between more established agencies and newer agencies. We also shifted to a 2-year funding cycle for legacy agencies to ease the burden of the annual application process. Over time, we've added more legacy agencies to the eligibility pool, effectively watering down the funds. We get ongoing requests for agencies to be eligible for funding as a legacy agency. So our application review process right now for legacy agencies is very complex. This year's packet is over 500 pages. The photo on the slide is our HCDC chair's binder for this year. It's like over 6 inches thick. It's very thick. Not everyone prints them, but he chose to this year. So we generally feel this process is burdensome and can limit engagement from our commissioners. Our goal for the Aid to Agency program moving forward is to establish specific public service funding priorities and direct Iowa City funding to meet those priorities. So we're looking at what core services we need in our community and how city funds can make an impact. We've had substantial public input for this planning process and generally over the last few years with ARPA and COVID funding. We also have longstanding partnerships with agencies who are able to provide data and show us how their work is meeting the community need. So this allows us to make informed decisions by focusing on impact, outcomes, and performance. The recommended funding priorities that are outlined in City Steps are on this slide. They include homeless and shelter services. This would include domestic violence shelters. Food insecurity would include food or meal distribution and food pantries. Healthcare includes mental health and behavioral health. Childcare and youth services. Housing stability services could be eviction prevention, basic needs for housing, and removing barriers to affordable housing, and then transportation. There are also populations in our community, that face higher barriers to accessing services that we want to prioritize. These include, but are not limited to, immigrants and refugees, elderly and disabled populations, and victims of domestic violence. Another staff recommendation is to simplify the application and review process for aid to agencies. As I alluded to, it's a long, challenging process to review these applications, and we generally feel that the time commitment for the application process is unreasonable for our volunteer commissioners. We've also observed that the amount of work through this process is becoming a barrier to participation in HCDC. So now I have some more specific recommendations for aid to agency process that are included in the plan. In order to streamline our process for funding human service agencies, we recommend establishing a direct funding process for agencies who meet city priorities and other key factors. Agencies would receive up to 5-year funding, ideally in alignment with our 5-year plan. These agencies would not participate in the competitive review process. However, we would continue to use their joint funding application for the data and reporting purposes. Funding for these agencies would adjust based on the annual aid to agency budget, as it does now. City Steps 2030 does not provide budget recommendations. Those decisions are made by City Council annually after the budget is approved. So any agency funded through the direct process would meet the criteria for CDBG public service funding. So these agencies are operating at a level that meets federal standards. 6 agencies were recommended for direct funding based on the following criteria. The agency provides a direct service that meets a City Steps 2030 priority. The agency has been operating for no less than 15 years in its current capacity. The agency's headquarters is in Iowa City. The agency must have existing full-time dedicated professional financial staff. The agency has a single audit annually or an equivalent process that demonstrates financial oversight. The agency demonstrates sound operational practice. This includes factors that are regulated through 2 CFR 200, such as internal controls and conflicts of interest. And then performance. Agencies must provide timely submissions of reports and consistently meet performance measures year after year. We also want to see that they're demonstrating an increase in the service provided over time. So based on this criteria that was reviewed by City Council and HCDC at the joint meeting in November, the following agencies are recommended by staff to receive direct funding: Community, DVIP, Free Medical Clinic, Neighborhood Centers of Johnson County, Shelter House, and United Action for Youth. Based on this criteria that was reviewed by City Council and HCDC at the joint meeting in November, I read that. At our November meeting, the criteria for years in existence was a topic of discussion. I wanted to note that if that criteria changed or was removed, we would have the same staff recommendation. Many of the small agencies that we work with or that are funded through aid agency wouldn't meet the financial capacity, quality of operations, and performance criteria.
Erica, can you repeat that last sentence that you just said?
Sure. Some of the, for smaller agencies, it's difficult to meet the criteria of the financial capacity, the quality of operations, and performance.
Oh, okay.
So what I'm trying to say is that the years of existence wasn't a deciding factor in our recommendation. For current legacy agencies who were not selected for direct funding, the competitive process will not change substantially. All their agencies would continue to apply through the United Way joint funding process every 2 years. A key difference with the new plan is that we no longer have legacy and non-legacy agencies. We found that the current process of defining legacy agencies and adding new agencies into this category is not sustainable. We're going back to our intentions with this funding, and we want to focus on priorities and how we can make an impact. We are also proposing to increase the minimum award for the competitive funding from $15,000 to $20,000 to, again, focus on the impact we can provide and not spreading funds too thin. As I mentioned, staff feel that the HCDC application review process is not practical for all of our commissioners. For competitive funding, moving forward, staff would score the applications and make a funding recommendation to HCDC. HCDC can revise the staff recommendation as they see fit. We will no longer request individual commissioner scores, but all the applications will still be available for review. And so I want to make a couple clarifications based on public comments we received and kind of misinformation that is circulating. The consolidated plan doesn't provide budget recommendations for aid to agencies. City Council would continue to approve the annual allocations. We do this now, even with our 2-year funding cycle. We bring it to you after the budget is approved, all the recommendations, and they get approved then. We've heard some incorrect information about how much of the budget will go to direct funded agencies versus the competitive funding round, so I wanted to address that. On this slide, it shows the 6 agencies selected for direct funding, and they currently receive about 53% of the total aid to agency budget. There's an asterisk by DVIP as they have taken over the rape victim advocacy services and are receiving those funds currently as well. It's expected that the direct funding awards will be based on the amounts received through the FY 26-27 competitive funding round that is currently underway. And similar to now, we would likely prorate the amount based on the approved program budget in subsequent years. All other current legacy agencies would be eligible for the same or higher level of funding than they are currently receiving. As a reminder, we're recommending to increase the minimum award to $20,000, and so the downside of that would be if with level funding, we would not be able, we would fund fewer agencies. Current non-legacy agencies will now be eligible for higher levels of funding through the competitive process, as well as a 2-year funding cycle. The process for them would, of course, be more competitive. However, the 6 of the highest scoring agencies would not be scored in this process if they're in the direct funding group. And again, City Council has final approval on budgets and allocations. This level of detail of the budget is not included in city steps. We just wanted to clarify some of those comments. So I want to run through our outreach for this plan and opportunities for public input. We created a web page for information on the plan initially and for public input opportunities. City Communications has helped us prepare a flyer for our public meetings and stakeholder sessions that were translated into multiple languages. We posted these at the Senior Center, on city buses, dropped them off at neighborhood centers, Center for Worker Justice, Community Pepperwood Pantry, Housing Fellowship, I See Compassion, and Iowa Legal Aid. We held 3 public meetings with help from neighborhood centers and Escuchame Vos. Over 200 people participated in these meetings. We held 6 stakeholder sessions and 1 virtual meeting. Our consultant facilitated focus groups and interviews with other community stakeholders like the Home Builders Association and landlords. Staff did a prioritization exercise at some of the public meetings as well as at the Senior Center during a food distribution event. A housing needs survey was distributed as well as a shelter resident survey. Information was provided on recommendations at the joint session between HCDC and City Council on November 4th. That meeting was recorded and is available online. All of the proposed changes in the plan, except for the names of the direct funded agencies, were made public with that presentation. Our official 30-day public comment period began on December 20th. We did a city press release and notified all the agencies currently receiving funding by email. The city's done several social media posts soliciting input on this plan. We typically would take this plan to HCDC, but we were unable to achieve quorum last week. We did reach out to solicit comments from commissioners individually, and then today is our official public meeting for this plan. So staff is requesting approval of the City Steps plan at today's meeting. Our timeline for aid to agency after this plan, next week we are having our HCDC review of the FY 26-27 legacy applications. Those have already been submitted with the joint funding process. We have not held our non-legacy annual process yet, and we would start that if we were to get this plan approved. We wanted to use the new priorities for that funding process, so we held off. It'll probably be delayed like a month. And then I expect to be back in front of council for review and approval of the FY26 legacy and non-legacy funding recommendations around May. New agreements would be entered into after July 1st, and then we would phase in the new process from there. For CDBG and Home, we are requesting approval of this plan today so that we can proceed with preparing for FY26 activities. We typically start work in December for the upcoming fiscal year. We've delayed our competitive funding process until this plan is approved due to the recommended changes, but expect to move forward with that process upon approval. Once HUD releases our funding allocation for FY26, we will prepare our annual action plan. We typically bring that to council in April or May. It depends when the federal government releases our funding allocations. We expect that to be delayed a little bit this year, so it'll probably be May. And then the actual plan, the action plan for this year goes, gets approved as an amendment to this City Steps plan, just because it's the first plan of the 5 years. Any delays in our approval process will likely result in kind of a domino effect to delays to our projects that we're trying to administer after July 1st. And if approved, any new set-asides and priorities outlined in City Steps would be effective with the fiscal year of FY26 in July. And that's all I have, if you have any questions.
Erica, really quick, since we've got that last slide here on the timeline, when would, so are the 6 that have been pulled out for non-competitive awards, are they being considered at the January 27th, or have they already been pulled out?
They have not been pulled out.
Okay, so
They'll
it's
be
moving forward
They're going through
a
the
year.
competitive process. That would look like is that we would maybe, when we do the agreements, if this gets approved, when we do the agreements, we would set them up as direct funding.
Okay, and so in the same way, just based on the fact of like there needs to be some lead time for this to be set up. Right now, we're still talking legacy versus non-legacy, correct?
Right.
I've been trying to piece through your presentation, which, thank you, it clarifies quite a bit for me. And hopefully for some folks who have emailed, rightfully and understandably concerned and engaged, and I applaud that, actually. But my question is, because I know this is question time, is it possible that the name legacy and non-legacy have perhaps created confusion as you're proposing to switch out of it into? I had heard that, or read, that people were still referring to those 6 non-competitive agencies as essentially they were legacy and therefore getting perhaps the lion's share of money. Does that seem like a way to understand how that logic was going? Because that is what I've read, and it clearly is not the case based on the breakout of how you've shown the funding has been historically,
Yeah.
as well as what it would be looking like going forward.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that came about, but we kind of, when I was looking at, we bumped up some of the legacies, and that the non-legacies are joining the legacy, so I looked at that
Right.
differently.
But they're going to, just those 2 nomenclatures are going away.
Right, we'd like to, we've received feedback that people want that naming to go away, so.
I think that was a couple of slides ago. If you could go back a couple of slides, I think maybe that would be helpful. One forward, one more. That one, I think, is the one. Is that what you were talking about,
Yeah.
Councilor Alter? Thank you. I had some questions too, but if somebody else wanted to go first, I don't want to. Just one of the things you had mentioned with this proposal was the considerations for our volunteers and commissioners on HCDC. Would this proposal go forward, with the exception of the 6 agencies? So currently we have some people on a yearly cycle, some on a 2-year cycle. Would this, you'd have the 6 agencies, they'd be on 5, but then everybody else would be on a 2. Do you anticipate that means like every other year this would be the task, or would they sort of be split? They would have to have every other year, right? So they'd have like a year of doing this, that'd be the big chunk, and then a year they would be doing other things.
Right, so we'll have to do non-legacy for another year after this year, just because of our funding cycle.
Oh, sure.
But we've been partnering with the joint funding group, the other funders in the area, and everyone is on a 2-year cycle, so we're trying to align our funding process for everyone to be on a 2-year cycle. And so, as you were mentioning, that would help out the commission to not have to go through the agency funding process each year. And then having the 6 applications not part of the competitive funding, we just think it will be less of a burden.
While also still really impacting the community, right?
Erica, I understand the balance that I think staff is trying to reach in terms of the administrative burden for the grant recipients, right? Like if these are federal funds, then there's a lot of strings attached to those dollars, and having a certain level of administrative infrastructure in place at the organization is kind of how we're trying to align that. My primary concern was of the criteria for those that would be considered for the direct funding. Was that 15 years? And you mentioned that the recommendation would remain the same if that sort of durational threshold was removed. Just a procedural question, if that was removed or changed to a different number of years, how would that impact the approval process of this plan?
Council could make that recommendation as they approve the plan.
Okay.
So we could incorporate any changes into the plan and move forward.
I'm sorry. You were going to say
Oh,
more.
no, I guess just kind of along those lines of the administrative burden of receiving the federal funds, and I believe you said of the aid to agencies money, the majority of it is from general fund, and therefore wouldn't necessarily have the same strings attached. Is that an accurate way to kind of describe that?
Yeah.
But internally, we administer them the same way, is that right?
Somewhat. So some agencies do receive the federal portion, usually 2 or 3 each year get CDBG funding through aid to agencies, and they have additional reporting. I think what we are getting at is that the agencies selected have a higher level of capacity on the financial side. They're kind of more used to submitting the performance reports and that kind of thing, which would make them eligible for these funds. So not all 6 will receive CDBG. We don't have enough CDBG funding, but one of the 6 agencies or more will receive CDBG.
Okay, and then for the direct funded organizations, so the entire rest of the pool would be local funds?
Right.
Okay, and so are the grant agreements for those grant recipients, I guess, less burdensome than those for the CDBG money?
I would say the reporting is less burdensome. The grant agreements would not include all the federal language, so they're going to be simpler in that sense.
Okay.
And then all these agencies are reporting through the joint EC impact, which is what the joint funding process uses. So they're submitting their reports for all the different funders quarterly, and then we review those and disperse the next payment if everything looks good.
And I really appreciate the idea of some longer-term, consistent, direct funding. And I just, is there a, sorry, this is question time, so let me try and limit my comments to that. So let me just ask this, Erica, if I understood you correctly, the idea behind the direct funding is to give those organizations who we've identified as matching the top priorities and facilitating the greatest impact, so they don't have to have the same, that's just money that they can spend operationally. Is that a fair way to say it, or how? Okay. And so if we wanted to have more like a contract for service, the example that I always think of is what we've done with Shelter House's emergency winter shelter, where there's specific criteria for what we are receiving or what we are expecting in exchange for those dollars. On the direct funding, can you just kind of frame up, what does that look like as far as what the city's receiving in those agreements?
Sure. So when agencies apply, they're indicating what kind of performance, what metrics they're going to perform over the year, and we use those and we put them in the agreement. And so we're kind of expecting that they're meeting those. And then when we get our quarterly reports, we're checking to see their progress.
Okay, and that was where you referenced that we need to see improvement in those?
Yeah. That comment was really related to these agencies are kind of expanding their services over time. They're looking at the data, seeing what needs to be met in the community, and they're demonstrating that they're kind of expanding what they're doing.
Okay, thank you.
I think a related question. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the quarterly reports and the compliance specifically geared at those, I'm going to call them the big 6 that are listed up there? What's the process for making sure that they're following the things that they promised to do, as well as, I guess, the demographic information that they would be collecting and sending back to HCDC and eventually City Council to see who they're serving?
So typically, agencies set their own metrics, and they tell us what they're going to do and why that's important in the community. We use that information into the agreements. And so aid to agencies funding, it's intended to be flexible operational funding, so it's not a reimbursement like a lot of our grant funds. So as long as they're making progress on those metrics and doing what they said they would do, we take the next quarterly, we'll approve the next quarterly payment.
May I hop in? Because it fits kind of nicely in. Looking forward to this moving to direct funding for those 6, is there contingency? I mean, that's a 5-year, agreement. Say an executive director leaves and problems ensue, and it's, a drastic, what kind of contingency measures are there if, in fact, they're not performing up to what they say they will or what the expectation is? 5 years is a long time, so what?
Right. So since we're doing quarterly payments, the easiest thing would be to withhold payments until they reach what they're doing. There's language in all of our agreements that identify what steps we would take. So I feel that we're covered in that sense.
Just, go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I was going to say, one of the biggest concerns that we've been hearing is the award amounts so there was 22 organizations that are now down to 6, that was in that legacy agency, and they're going to be coupled with, everyone else in this grant process. What you showed us for the fiscal year 2025 award was the $404,000 that will go to the 6 agencies, and then $365 for other agencies. But this is not just the 16. This would actually be open to more than just the 16, correct?
Right. Yeah, so it will be competitive, and if council approves and we move the minimum funding to $20,000, we feel that makes a bigger impact, but it's also going to eliminate, we won't be able to serve as many agencies.
One of the questions, and I imagine you don't have this number before you right now, we know that the need is always great, the asking amount. Do you have any idea of what that was this past cycle, or even what we've received so far? What type ask would be from that other group at this point?
I don't have that with me, but I know it's on the website with the FY26 funding, and it would just be for the legacy agencies because we haven't gotten the non-legacy funding request yet.
Another question I had, kind of related to the funding amounts. If we were to adopt this, we would be basically saying, correct me if I'm wrong, that we would be guaranteeing them funding for the 6 for 5 years, assuming they meet all the requirements they say they're going to meet. Are we also guaranteeing the level of that funding for that entire 5-year span?
Similar to now, kind of the 2-year funding cycle, nothing's guaranteed. It's based on the council-approved budget for that year. I would assume that we would just prorate it like we're doing now for the 2-year cycle.
And then I think currently, I think of this as a 3-step process, right? City staff, the commission, and then us, right? So at least as I've been on the council, that's what we've seen that. So we have like the city staff recommendations, HCDC recommendations, it comes to us, and even at each stage, it could change, right? So I know even since I've been on council, we've done some things where we get the recommendation and we've tweaked it a little bit.
Yep.
Will that process be altered by this proposal?
The only difference, so council will always have the final say. The only difference would be that we're not asking commissioners to give in detailed scores and using that process. We're going to give them our recommendation, and they can do with that what they want. We're just not getting the participation from the commission, so that's why we changed that part of the process. But as far as going to starting with staff and then going to the commission and then final approval by council annually, we'll continue to do that.
So a little less paperwork for HCDC, but there's still an important step in the process where they'll deliberate and comment and decide, right?
Right. We still want their input, so we'll still bring it to them.
do they still have, I'm so sorry, but
No,
it's
go ahead. That was my
directly
question. You're good.
on your coattails. Do they still have the same abilities as they've currently have and have in the past to alter scores? I mean, based on conversation and discussion, it's a horrible thing, I know from having been there. But in terms of them contributing to the process, they can reflect and have discussion and potentially make changes if they see fit before it comes to council.
Yep, and they
So
can do that
it
now, but
really
yes.
is still in that, there's multiple layers of people weighing in on this, correct?
Right, so yeah, they'll have any flexibility they want to make recommendations within the budget.
Keeping with that, did any commissioners actually respond for the request to comment after the quorum failure?
Yes, we had one that said they were supportive of the set-asides, and she also said she just wanted to make sure that the kind of report outs would come to the commission regularly, and so we confirmed that, you know, we would still bring those performance results to the commission.
Any other questions for staff?
I do have one more, I promise, and I've been clicking them off. So has there been any discussion of an actual percentage of the aid to agency budget been allotted for the non-competitive? I don't think that,
Like doing a certain percentage for direct and competitive. We haven't discussed that. We assume that it would just be derived from this funding route, and that would make the most sense. And that kind of aligns with what we're doing now, so no major change there.
All right, thank you. Would anyone from the public like to address this topic? If you're in this room, please raise your hand so I can identify how many folks want to speak. If you're online and if you want to speak, please raise your virtual hand at this time. All right, and so if you can raise your hand high so that I can see everyone that want to speak. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. So I see 10 people at this time. I'm going to ask you all to come up and give your name and the city you're from. We do have stickers in the back room that you can fill out and drop it in the basket. You don't have to peel it off. But if you don't use the stickers, which I highly recommend, you can sign your name in at the sign-in sheet. So I ask you to come forth, give your name and city you're from, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. Welcome.
Hi. I'm Alejandra Escobar. I work for Escucha Mi Voz. I'm an immigrant from Colombia and a resident of Iowa City. Iowa City's plan, City Steps 2030, fails to represent immigrant communities, overlooks the increasing concentration of poverty, racial and income segregation, and negative economic effects on communities due to the reduced spending. Instead of promoting forward-thinking, community-led service models, the draft plan, if approved, would reinforce existing power structures and sustain an outdated service approach that fails to serve all residents equitably. A lack of affordable housing increases housing instability, frequent moves, evictions, poor health outcomes, and limited access to quality education, among others. Without affordable housing, families have constrained opportunities to increase earnings, causing a slower growth of gross domestic product. We're committed to collaborating with the city to amend the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to go online and welcome Will at this time. Please state your name and city you're from. And I also invite people just to gather in a line. And then did you write your name on the sheet? Yes. And again, there are stickers on the desk in the back that you can sign your name and then just drop it in the basket. You don't have to peel off the sticker. Welcome, Will.
Hi there, my name is Will Kapp. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Will Kapp. I'm the president of the board of the Immigrant Welcome Network of Johnson County. And I just want to thank Erica for the presentation that was addressing a lot of the questions that I brought up in my letter to all the counselors. And I just want to say out loud what I was saying in my letters to the counselors. I just would really like to see something on paper going forward that would identify what percentage of the money, even if it's a recommendation, that would go to the competitive side of the grants, as opposed to the direct side of the grants, just because I think there are things in your city steps specifically related to immigrant and refugee advocacy for housing, where other organizations in the community would be better equipped to handle those. So to know, for example, if you're only if the outlook is looking like $100,000 total, then that's a maximum of 5 agencies if it's a $20,000 minimum. Just having some idea of how much is going to be promised for those organizations going forward would be good, especially looking down the pipeline of the current administration and the state government. I don't believe that the funding opportunities are going to be quite as robust, so that city funding is really important. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, yep. Please state your name and city you're from.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Susan Chalot. I am here as Chair of the Board of Directors of Trail of Johnson County. I'm here tonight to actually commend Council and thank Council and staff in particular for the very thorough job of putting together the City Steps plan. The data compiled for this document will be enormously useful, not only to the city in identifying areas of greatest need, but to local nonprofit community that works alongside the city in assisting low-income residents. Trail of Johnson County, and our name stands for Tools and Resources for Active Independent Living, and describes our mission, which is to help older adults live more safely and comfortably in the places they call home. We believe Trail is the only independent nonprofit organization headquartered in Iowa City that is solely dedicated to providing essential services to older adults in their homes, whether in Iowa City or throughout Johnson County. Trail is nearing its 8th anniversary, and today we are serving about 250 members. Most of those individuals and households pay a modest monthly fee to access volunteer services, member events, and more. Among those 250 are 30 low-income supported members, most of whom reside in Iowa City, and most of whom pay no fee at all, thanks to generous gifts from the City of Iowa City, corporate sponsors, and other funders. When it comes to the challenges faced by low-income elderly described in the City Steps document, Trail knows these needs well. Our most requested volunteer service is transportation, often for rides to medical appointments, errands, or just the hair appointment. We're also well aware of the need for safety-related home improvements, such as the installation of grab bars or ramps that can help older adults age in place. For Trail, perhaps the most important takeaway from the City Steps document is the report on how quickly the age 65-plus population is growing, which of course means growth in the numbers of low-income elderly as well. Like the city and its supply of low-income housing, Trail has a wait list of low-income individuals hoping to become supported members. Our ability to serve those individuals depends not only on external funding, but on the ability of our volunteers to keep up with growing demand. So our purpose here tonight, and I'm here with 2 other board members of Trail, is to first say thank you for the city's ongoing support to Trail through the Aid to Agencies program, and just as important, for shining a spotlight through the City Steps document on a population that is famously invisible, the low-income elderly among us. And lastly, we want to encourage the city, as well as our fellow nonprofits, to continue to find ways to support all older adults in Iowa City. It's a population that is growing large, in part because we are all growing older too. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Good evening. I'm Sharif with the Center for Work Justice. I'd like to thank the City Council for having the opportunity to discuss the matter in here. As I said, I'm the Executive Director at the Center for Work Justice. I'm here tonight to share my discontent with the City of Iowa City's 5-year consolidated plan as drafted. The Center for Work Justice and our allied organizations stand in unity to request a 30-day pause on the City's Council vote on the plan. This will allow for more community and other local organizations to weigh in on the plan. To align the city's funding strategy with the feelings of the community members and organizations, we ask the council to postpone discussion of this item. This plan, if approved, would allocate 95% of the annual aid to agency funding to 6 large local nonprofits, as just said here, through a non-competitive grants, leaving a small percent for local and small mid-sized organizations to compete for essential funding. Within the city staff funding recommendations letter to the Housing Community Development Commission, it is listed that each organization's financial capacity is taken into account when considering future funding. Under the plan's draft, this financial capacity consideration becomes a major hurdle for small and mid-sized organizations who would be competing over a small pool of funds. Indeed, this policy will limit our financial capacity and force us to remain small. This is a moment of time when immigrant, refugee residents face incredible and unprecedented challenges. It is imperative that the city understand the weight of the decision and recognize the context of our state in 2005 and beyond. Immigrant members who are getting ready to, we really understand how and where these people are, the immigrant communities who the legacy and aid to agency serves them. By losing these communities or by not connecting us, in essence, we are really weakening our connections with people and our ability to work with them. So we really appeal for the city council here just to postpone the decision on this until more input is given and until just like fair and further distribution of funds is granted for all of us to prosper. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, and I welcome people just to come on up, those that raise their hand to speak. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
My name is Claire Lussard, and I'm from Iowa City. I'm a Catholic worker and an organizer with Escucha Mi Voz, and I'm here to ask you to guarantee a 50-50 split for the direct funding and the competitive funding, or delay your decision. We know that ethnic minorities face disproportionate issues with housing, regardless of income, and are often left out of housing solutions. There are many smaller and medium-sized organizations that are better suited to fill these needs because we are led by immigrants, and we have been working for many years to understand and address the needs of immigrant populations that we're grateful to have in Iowa City. If addressing these issues is a priority of the City Council, as stated in the consolidated plan, it is important that you make sure that you are committing adequate funding opportunities to those organizations that are suited to do the work the best. So again, I'm here to ask you to guarantee a 50-50 split for the direct and competitive funding or delay your decision. This is a 5-year plan, so what's the rush to address the needs with dignity for all? Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask the next speaker to please come to the aisle.
Dice, si vas a hablar, por favor, haces cola.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm Emily. I'm from Iowa City, and I with the Iowa City Catholic Worker and Escucha Mi Voz. We're going to be around. It'll be 9 years in July 1st. We've been here. Right now, currently, we're providing supportive housing for 45 individuals, immigrants and refugees in our community. And we're going to see that need increase as well as legal aid as we anticipate deportations and separations of families in the coming days. So our organizations are led by and deeply embedded within the immigrant and refugee community. These are communities that are disproportionately affected by housing problems. We do appreciate the city's ongoing dedication to addressing housing problems and its recognition of the racial and ethnic disparities that affect our communities. But we can't support this plan. Throughout the process, we were active with the city. I think we turned out over 200 people. Escucha mi voz. There's a clear need to find solutions for housing for immigrants and refugees. And so we don't feel like this plan adequately addresses that. And we would like to request a larger allocation for medium-sized organizations. We do feel and believe that all organizations in this community are important and they all have value, but because we identified these needs in the plan, we would like to point the solutions toward those as well and just ask, this is a different perspective that we're looking at this by. I do think at the very least the city can extend the public comment period to 30 days. December 20th is a really hard time of year for people to participate in such an important plan. People are busy with the holidays, on vacation. So it makes it really, really hard. I also want to say that we can't just focus on income. We also have to focus on other things. And I have some time left, so I'm just going to pick a little bit. Our organizations are committed to collaborating with the city and the city staff to amend the plan, but there are some changes that need to be taken so that we can prioritize not just income, but we can ensure that all residents, particularly those most affected, receive equitable support and justice and housing policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Buenos dias, or buenos tarde, I don't know. Good evening, yes.
Hola, mi nombre es Ninosca Campos y soy miembro de Escucha Mi Voz.
Hi, my name is Ninosca Campos and I am a member of Escucha Mi Voz.
Estoy aquí esta tarde delante de ustedes porque sabemos que ustedes pueden crear un camino para viviendas accesibles para la comunidad inmigrante.
I'm here standing in front of you today because I know that you can help provide a road to accessible housing for the community.
Porque es inaccesible, aunque yo creo que ustedes no se dan cuenta, yo vivo en las trailers de la Scott Boulevard en la Modern Minor.
Because housing right now is not accessible, although you may not know it. I live in the trailers on Scott Boulevard.
En la Modern Minor.
Modern Manor.
Sabemos que cada 1 de diciembre a estos lotes de traila les suben $50 todos los años.
Every year they up the price of the trailers $50 a month in December.
Pero el punto es que desde el día domingo no tenemos agua y ahora es día martes y estamos sin agua.
But as of Sunday we don't have water and it's now Tuesday and there's still no water.
¿Cómo es posible que al salir de esta reunión yo me tengo que ir a bañar donde mis amistades y para hacer las necesidades tenemos que ir a las gasolineras porque no tenemos agua en este momento?
How is it possible that when I leave this meeting today, I'm going to have to go to my friend's house to take a shower, we'll have to go to the gas station to go to the bathroom and other hygiene necessities because we don't have water?
Y si uno va a preguntar, ellos nunca tienen una respuesta concreta que digan de que supuestamente dicen que el 22 de enero va a venir el agua, que es el día de mañana, eso esperamos.
And so every time we go to ask them, they don't have an answer. They say supposedly the water is going to be back the 22nd of January, which is tomorrow, and that's what we're hoping for.
¿Y cómo es posible que si nosotros, yo pago, ahorita viene el año de las taxas, yo pago mis taxas federales, estatales, y cómo es posible que en vez de vivir mejor, voy viviendo peor?
And how is it possible that I am going to soon pay my taxes at the federal level and the state level, and instead of living better, I'm living worse?
Entonces no se puede, vamos atrás como el cangrejo. Vamos atrás como el cangrejo.
So how is it possible? We're walking backwards like a crab.
Sí, entonces necesitamos que ustedes, ¿verdad?, pues den una solución para el tema de las viviendas accesibles, porque la verdad tal vez ustedes no pueden ver todo lo que pasa en el entorno alrededor.
And so we really need a solution from you all because it's possible that you don't really see what is happening in, around us.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is David Goodner. I'm Executive Director of Escucha Voz, Iowa. This is basically a get big or get out plan. Far from being misinformation, I think the city's slides that we saw here clearly lay out what the problem is. The big six nonprofits are already taking 53% of this aid. They're taking most of the CBDG and home money. They're increasingly taking the housing vouchers administered by the Iowa City Housing Authority, right now over $500,000 a year. Immigrant and refugee groups in the plan clearly stated that ethnic and racial minorities are disproportionately impacted by housing problems, yet the funding solutions are doing nothing to actually address that. In fact, they're just maintaining the status quo that has gotten us into this problem in the first place. We asked for a 30-day extension on the public comment period for several reasons. One, the plan was released on December 20th when offices were closed. School was out, the university was closed, families were on vacation. Many nonprofits didn't even come back until January 6th. So you've had like a 14-day public input period rather than the 30 days that you promised. There's also many details in this plan that have not been thoroughly vetted by the public yet. For example, one interesting fact in the plan stated that Hispanics receive less than 4% of housing vouchers in the city. Yet again, there's no remedy for that, for how the city's going to fix that problem to make sure that housing vouchers are being distributed equitably among all city residents and not being concentrated in just one or two places, which is increasingly happening. There's also no guarantee without a funding mechanism locked into the consolidated plan that the big six nonprofits won't continue to advocate and lobby for more and more percentages of the aid to agencies budget. It's 53% now, but it's going to continue to go up. We've seen in the past that the city tends to fund like 1% or maybe 2% of an agency's budget. The larger you are, the easier it is to grow your budget exponentially, and we've seen some of the largest nonprofits since the pandemic go from a $1 million a year budget to a $8 million a year budget. They're pocketing cash reserves of millions of dollars every year. And again, there's no guarantee that as their budgets continue to grow and continue to increase, that they won't continue to ask for more and more of the aid agencies' funding. This isn't just going to impact us, it's going to impact many other nonprofits in town. Your slides clearly stated that there'll be less funding for everybody else. In addition, there's, the city stated that you were meeting federal guidelines. Single audits are not required by the federal government unless you spend over $750,000 in 1 year. So I'm completely flabbergasted why the city would mandate that type of single audit for organizations that are receiving just a few $1,000s in funding. In conclusion, please either guarantee a 50-50 split in this aid or extend the public comment period by another 30 days so the public can really make their views known. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I'm not mistaken, this is our last speaker. Is there anyone else that raised their hand? All right, okay, so we have just two more speakers. All right. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Thank you. Buenas noches. Primero que nada, agradecerle a nuestro Dios Jehová, que Él es el que nos mantiene aquí. Y me acerco, soy un humilde colombiano, me llamo Cristian Gómez.
Hello, good night. First of all, I want to thank God for having all of us here. My name is Christian Gomez. I'm from Colombia.
Ya, me acerco hacia ustedes en esta noche con mucho respeto y humildad, damas y caballeros. Quiero decirle que me acerco también porque ya que la señora Emily en su casa me ha brindado ese apoyo.
Ladies and gentlemen, I come to you tonight with respect and humility. I am staying in the house of Iowa City Catholic Worker in Emily's house.
Y pues siento de todo corazón que ese apoyo ha sido muy bueno y por eso le pido de corazón si ese apoyo se vea un poquito más, porque necesitamos, no solamente hoy quiero hablar por mí, sino por muchos compañeros.
With all my heart, I tell you that this help that I've received in that house has been very helpful, and I would like to see it become even more, not just speaking for myself, but for the other people in that house as well.
Yeah. Y también entendiendo algo muy valioso, el respeto, el compañerismo, el apoyo mutuo, y ya que cuando llegamos a estas etapas que entra el frío, el trabajo mengua, se escasea y aún así el apoyo es bueno y pues quiero decirle que gracias, me siento contento, feliz de estar aquí.
There we receive kind of like mutual help, respect amongst us, and I want to tell you all that this help is very good that we receive.
Hoy me despido, estoy aquí, como le dije, contento, gracias, me siento feliz y bueno, solo le pido de todo corazón que nos sigan apoyando, que nosotros sí venimos a este país a dar lo mejor y hacer lo bueno, cumplir con las normas de aquí de Norteamérica. Thank you.
In closing, I would just like to say that I've been very happy with the help that I have received here. We come to this country to continue on in a better life and to give it our all and to follow the laws here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Charlie is our last speaker on this item. Welcome. Please state your name and city you're from.
Thank you, Mayor Teague. Charlie Eastham, 953 Canton Street in Iowa City. I'm also the treasurer of the Center for Worker Justice and a member of the board of the center and have been so since its inception several years ago. I just want to emphasize, and I'm also a member of the school board, so I want to talk a little bit about my experience as a school board member. I'm certainly not representing the school board. This is a great opportunity, I believe, for us as a community and us as a council to make an adjustment to how we're proposing to use our public funds to help people who need help within the community. One of the things that we don't have with the aid agencies process right now is a clear commitment to use funds that that help people who are Latinx as well as people of color, in part because we don't have, as other people have said, we don't quite have the organizational requirement that organizations applying for aid agencies funds have boards that are by majority people of color, immigrants, and other low-wage folks in the community, and that organizations are, we don't look to see whether or not they're being led by folks that are most in need, greatly in need of the assistance that we want to provide. So let's do that first. Let's take the 30 days that have been asked of us, 30 days pause and work on that issue, and then see where we can go from there on some of the other issues. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Well, thanks to everyone that came before and shared with the council. At this point, we're going to move to council discussion.
I'll just jump in. Oh, okay. I think the two elements that kind of give me pause about the new way in which we're looking at this is the not knowing how many non-direct, like how many of the competitive grants we, organizations like could be granted, and also the durational existence of the entities for those who are eligible to receive direct funding. Those are the two things that I am most concerned about, and I think I would just ask that we entertain having some clearer indication of the proportion of funds for the direct support and the competitive granting process, and then also either reducing or eliminating the durational existence requirement. I think if, just thinking about how rapidly things are changing in our society and in the world, I'm just worried that if organizations are able to meet those other administrative benchmarks that I think relate more to the capacity for receiving the heavily strings attached dollars. I think if they can meet those, it shouldn't really matter to us how long they've been in existence, and that if an organization is able to spin up more quickly and respond to needs more flexibly, that we should accommodate that. So those would be my two requests of my colleagues as far as potential changes to the plan.
Regarding the durational requirements, I agree with you. If you can meet the requirements of that compliance, of federal compliance, I feel like that's a threshold enough. It doesn't seem like that's going to change probably the recommendation for who those 6 organizations are, but
But it could in the future, yeah.
But in the future, it could. One thing that a theme that I'm also curious about, and I don't know how to have this in a public conversation, would be the two concurring themes of organizations that serve immigrants versus organizations that are led by immigrants. Regarding those that serve immigrants, you can look at that group of 6 up there that are getting direct funding, and I believe all of them serve immigrants well, but we probably don't have great data on that, and I don't know that I'm scared to say if we want data on that in this political climate. I hate to say that out loud, but that is a thing that I just don't want to make anybody a target. But I know that those organizations serve the populations that we do care about and are in the plan, but we don't necessarily have the data to support that. As far as immigrant-led, I don't know how we would qualify that in this consolidated plan, but I absolutely can imagine that being part of a decision-making process for fund allocation.
I have a quick, just question of clarification. This consolidated plan is a requirement of HUD, correct?
Correct.
So that sort of lands me, it's a very difficult environment that we're entering into, and I have concerns about having something in writing going to the federal government about what our intentions are. I'll just be that blunt. I recognize that also means that there's not a contract of sorts, but this concerns me deeply to have something written down that goes for accountability. I'm not sure what to do about that other than to commit to put forth that this council is deeply committed, and yet, and I am one of, I do not know that my counselors share that. And I recognize that that is very shaky ground to hear one person say, oh, trust me, right? I do understand. But I have a deep commitment to serving every member in this community, particularly those who are invisible, marginalized, ignored. And I will do my utmost as a counselor to help with that. But this administration is not kidding around.
That's actually one of the reasons why I asked some of the questions I asked in the earlier stage, talking about the 3 steps of the process, the approval process. And one of the things, I want to thank the people that are here tonight and the groups they represent. Before I was on council and since I've been on council, obviously mobilize and get their voices heard. I mean, And so the fact that we aren't removing those opportunities from the process, and the fact that we as a council have demonstrated that even when it gets to us, we still aren't afraid to change things if we think that, no, we think this actually does, this does need to benefit an organization. We think that, you know, we tweak things, right? And we tweak things because we hear from some of the same people that are sitting here tonight. We've heard from in the past, and we've worked with that. And I absolutely echo the concerns that have been said. I think a lot about audience and the fact that how comforting it would be to hear a little bit more direct language for the audience that's here tonight. And I deeply would love to be able to do that. But I also know that that's not the only audience that will read the documents. And same thing. I would rather have the people in this room be a little bit upset with me if I didn't put that in there, the bold language, than have the people in the room suddenly get targeted because I wanted your approval for putting in extremely bold language in terms of these requirements. I think that kind of captures. But hopefully, you can see there's stuff in this document, and that, again, you kind of know who we are, and you know how we've supported organizations, including those in this room in the past. So that's just my little bit on that. Getting more specifically to Councilor Burgess's, I also don't have any sort of particular strong feeling about the length of time. If we want, 15-year, 10-year, 5-year, or none at all, I don't have any strong feelings on that. What was the other thing you had mentioned?
Essentially, that there would be proportionality among.
Yeah, I mean,
which
I don't have any, I think right now, the existing funding split ends up being almost 50-50 anyway, right? 53-47, is that, I think somebody mentioned that, is that?
Of the current round.
I don't have that slide in front of me, and I didn't do the math when it was up there, but is that about what that splits at? So, I mean, I don't have a, I don't know if that tie, if we want that kind of tie on it, but I also don't have a real problem with that. So I don't, so I think both of those things I'm open to, or and would be at least so far supportive of.
And just to add, and I realize I've hopped in a couple of times, but I think that would actually, putting it in terms of proportion, 6 agencies versus 19, that is, that's quite a lot of difference between the amount funded for the agencies. And so I do think that it makes sense to have some kind of sort of guardrails or something to have that split of proportionality, so that that sort of amassing, even as need continues to grow, that we don't create our own industrial nonprofit complex. So
I do want to say,
I would not have a problem with looking at some language that would make sure that there was a little bit more equity.
sort of lock in what we're already doing so it doesn't change dramatically.
Correct.
Yeah.
That one, yeah.
I would say something somebody else had mentioned in the comments about looking at the difference in needs for funding for mid-sized agencies. And I think that actually is still a thing that's in part of this as through part of the process. Like, it increases that minimum, but that doesn't set a maximum, right? So as cases are made for different services provided, and that's balanced out. And of course, as everybody in this room knows, they've been through the process, as it gets through like HCDC, they'll take a look at what the request is, and then they'll navigate and move things up and down, and they'll come to us for the same kind of a final process before approval. So, I mean, I think that's a good point. Like that, mid-sized agencies also have their own sort of funding needs that are a little different from maybe an emerging agency, but I think this accounts for that.
So Mayor, can I just repeat what I said when you were out of the room?
I was actually going to ask that you did, please.
I was just asking you all to consider 2 changes. One would be to eliminate the durational requirement for those agencies to be eligible to receive the direct funding.
So no 15-year.
Correct.
Got it.
And then to have some established proportionality in terms of the amount of the overall pot that would go for those direct grants, or the direct support versus the competitive grants. And I think, two kind of reasons behind that. One is just things are changing very, very quickly, and I share some concerns about kind of like, reinforcing the status quo in terms of those that have the capacity to ask in the right way, continuing and not allowing those that maybe are newer to step into the space. And also just, having the expectation out there for those organizations who are entering the competitive round to have an understanding of if there's a minimum of 20,000 as a grant, then, at least X number should receive. I mean, knowing that it's not tied to a dollar amount, but to be tied to a percentage. But in a given funding round, then organizations would know what that would mean.
Yeah.
One other thing about, I'll say one thing, then Mr. Mayor's turn. One other thing about this I did like, and we haven't really heard from agencies that would have been considered emerging, but for emerging agencies that currently have to go through this every year, on top of doing all the work of developing a new agency, this would put them into a 2-year cycle. So I would have to think that would be a benefit for a new agency that's trying to get off the ground, that they're not getting on that annual treadmill. Now, they may, obviously you still have to get the grant, but if you get it, I think that would be, if it were me and I was doing that, to have to only do that every other year instead of every year would be an administrative boost. So just that kind of a point. Sorry, I cut you off.
No. So I think, honestly, some of my comments really do address the second part of the second question that you had. So the first one, I think that's a non-issue for me to remove I would be supportive of removing the 15-year requirement. The second, when I think about what's been happening in our community as far as, of course, the increased needs that we continue to see on every hand, from housing to food insecurity, and the list goes on and on. And yes, there is the new administration coming on that causes us all some beyond heartburn as to what we'll be dealing with in the future, and how do we ensure that we, as I heard, not saying too much to highlight and cause our community more challenges. And so I'm going to leave that at that. What I've seen, at least with some agencies, so we know the need is increasing. And we've seen this in some of the 8 business agencies where they consolidated, collaborated. I'll just be very frank. I think there needs to be some consolidation and some collaboration between some of the agencies, because there will be greater strength, I believe, coming together to really provide the services that I see the work, I commend the work. You all are doing impactful things, but I do see that as a great opportunity and a greater outcome and a greater impact on our community and the residents that people are here advocating for today. I'm also reminded, when we're talking about the funds that are going to, current legacy, non-legacy, and now we're going to be going to this potentially going to this direct and competitive. I'm reminded a few years ago where we had realized or were learned that people hadn't gotten kind of increases from the city with their request. While services were still increasing, our funding was kind of stagnant. When I look at, we have a lot of not-for-profit organizations in our community. I don't even know the number. I think in 2018, I heard it was 500. I think in Johnson County is around 1,000 now. So there's a lot. And as the need, when just that number in itself lets me know that there are some great people doing a lot of great work. But I'll say it again, if there were some agencies finding ways to consolidate and to really work together, I think the impact will be great. When it comes down to the, percentage of 50-50 split, I'm not, I don't have I really don't have an issue with numbers, but I don't know if in this moment I can give it because I think that if we're talking 6, and these, all the people that are before us right now, you all do great work. It goes without saying. The ones that are selected of the 6, they also do great work. There is no, you know how some people say my favorite and that. There is no favoritism here. I think you all really do great work. There is some benefit to having more impact because you can give a little small grants here and there. And then, you know, at the end of it all, we want to make sure that individual lives are impacted. And I think that's also a part of what the city staff has done is said, hey, we really want to make sure that lives are impacted at the end of the day. While I'm not prepared to, in this moment, to talk about the correct percentage, because I feel it's a budgetary item, where we've had in the past HCDC come to us and say, hey, we want we want to fund everyone, right? As an example, and the council in that moment did, in that moment. With things coming down the pike that we don't certainly know about, I mean, I would love to say, you know what, no matter what, you know, there will be $1 million that we're going to set aside for this program. I think the conversations that this council needs to have goes far beyond a consolidated plan. It is really a budgetary item. And so while I hear the intent, I hear the ask, I think there is more work for us to do that it really is beyond this plan when it comes down to the numbers. So I appreciate folks coming and sharing. I think there's going to be some continued conversations on this as we move forward. But I don't know that having that percentage at this moment for me, unless there was something that, you know, someone really, you know, made that comparison of how this could be a great thing. I don't know that that is what I would support at this time.
May I ask, Mayor, because you said at one point you were talking about money, about dollars, right? And then at the very end you said percentages. And the way that we were talking was about, you know, proportionality of, you know, that the 6 agencies, and maybe it is for simplicity's sake, it was a 50-50, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be that or what have you, but it was proportionality because some of this actually is contingent on how much, I mean, these, yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that. I wasn't sure
if
you were
if you're
talking
saying a
dollar
minimum,
amount,
if you're
or-
talking a minimum of 50-50 split, I can probably, you know, buy into that, but
Right.
I'm not
Yeah,
exactly
we weren't
sure.
talking about dollars. We were just talking about allotment of proportion.
I'm not even exactly sure if a 50-50 split with the majority going to the 6 agencies, you know, is appropriate. But if you're saying if the minimum is a 50-50 split, I think I can support that in this moment.
I think, Mr. Mayor, and this might have been part of when you're out of the room where that number well, at least where it kind of came from, is looking at sort of the way, like if you took those agencies now and you forgot about direct funded and everything else, just looked at as it is now with legacy and whatever, those 6 right now are at like 53%.
Sure.
So it's kind of coming from like what we're doing anyway under the current system, so it'd be consistent. You know, so if we were to say 50-50, it'd be consistent. And I think that would also speak to maybe, and again, not knowing what so if I'm saying something you heard, I apologize.
No.
But the concern about, okay, we don't want this to be that the big fish gobble up everything for the little fish. I know, you know, some people were worried that, oh, they're going to get 95% versus 5%. Of course, that's not at all what's being proposed, but maybe putting that sort of as a, yeah, no, it's going to stay at this basic. Like, there's not going to be any drastic change that's going to all of a sudden suck up all the oxygen in the room from a from a support standpoint. At least
Yes.
that's my take, and I don't know if that's
Yeah.
helpful or not, but. I
No,
just-
it is helpful, and I think if for the sake of folks, colleagues, and really the community that is advocating for the needs of people in our community, the need is great. If 50/50 is going to bring some comfort in this document, I can support that. I'll be very frank, I don't think, the 50/50 is enough on the competitive side because the needs are so great, but I can go with 50/50 if that is, will bring people comfort. I can go with that.
The 50/50 split wouldn't be something, that's again a budgetary choice that we make, or is it something that we're proposing actually adding to the language of this? Because the STEPS 2030 plan on page 91 specifically indicates the 20-year minimum thing, and I'm prepared to make an amendment to say, let's just remove that and just say an organization that proves that they are established and able to provide services. That's good enough. I don't know that there's a place in here to actually insert rules about divisions of what we're going to do each budgetary year. Am I missing that in the consolidated plan?
No, the plan does not get into budgetary allocations right now. But maybe I'd invite Erica back up if you're okay, because she's going to be able to walk you through this better than I can.
Yeah, exactly what Jeff said. We don't have any budgetary provisions in the plan. We could add that. We could also, when we come back with our amendment, we could add something at that point. Our action plan amendment will be in front of council this spring. As I mentioned, that's an amendment to the city steps, so there's opportunity there to make a change.
That sort of thing's not prohibited under CDBG guidelines, or if we wanted to do that, that's a.
No, but you're putting local regulations into a federal report or federal plan. So as far as the HUD plan, I guess it's not a necessary aspect of, it's not really within the realm of the plan.
So I'm going to follow up with that logic there. Let's say perhaps we do in future years decide that the large agencies don't need as much and we'd rather designate more because we have put in this document, this federal document that we have allocated 50/50, we would then be obliged to split it 50/50?
Right, we'd have to amend the plan in order for you to.
Then I do not want it in the document.
But we can amend the plan. That's
Yes,
okay to do once it's been
kind of
accepted.
similar to this. It's a 30-day public comment. It would go to the commission, go to council. So it's a process.
So we're not locked in for 5 years, is
Right.
that correct? Is that correct?
There is an amendment process.
What would be the mechanism for, like, so if staff is making the recommendation to the commission as to what the awards would be in a given year, and then the commission is providing feedback and the process that you laid out specific to aid to agencies, what's the mechanism for kind of providing that policy or, assurance that that's what, if it was the will of the council to say, we want to make sure that the competitive pool is 50% or at least 50%, however,
The aid to agencies.
you have the aid agencies, like what would be the mechanism for providing that? If I agree with Councilor Mo, like putting it in this specific document maybe doesn't make sense.
And the idea of having an amendment in theory sounds fine, but that's staff time and whatever.
I mean, we could have a separate policy approved by council. That would be an option. It could be like maybe through the budget process as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. The council has frequently amended the rules for the aid to agency application process, and I probably provided some informal guidelines just through IP memos and work session discussions. I would think that that's completely fine to do outside of the plan. I don't think that there would be any issues with that. So if you wanted to, for instance, direct staff to develop a memo and send that to HCDC and say council would like to see a 50/50 split or approximately 50/50, whatever that works out, we could bring that back to you informally. And I agree, you wouldn't be encumbering yourself or future councils with something hard in the plan that may not be adaptable in the moment when you need it in the future.
I would support that mechanism that you just outlined if everyone else does.
Would that be something could be brought to us next meeting for like an approval, or can we just
Sure.
do that? Okay.
We could do it next meeting.
I really think it's a budgetary item.
Political choice.
I do have one comment that it has, does not have to do with aid agencies, but it has to do with the rest of city steps. I really, really commend the way in which there were so many deliberate opportunities for feedback and input, and thank you for getting so many people to come and to comment. Escuche mi voz. I actually noted in one of the slides, there was that picture, and it had all of the very discernible blue stickers for what the priorities were, and that was a lot of stickers. And thank you. I mean, truly, this is what, we can sit up here and staff too can say, we know what we think is good, but to get that actually has shaped this. And I was very, very struck by as well the way in which staff considered very probably difficult, but also very strategically about how can we make the best impact with the dollars that we have for home and CDBG, and to win-a-win, instead of saying that list of we do 7 to 10 of these things, looking at other communities and tying that into what the feedback was from the community, to look at tenant-based rent assistance and down payment assistance. I just feel like this is the kind of, to go back to what you have embarked on this past year, along with Tracy and Jeff, on data-driven, right? I mean, data comes in all different forms. And so the input from the community is absolutely important data, and I feel like it shaped some difficult decisions, but also some that I think are going to end up helping in a bigger way. So thank you both for contributing to the input so that it can help shape this, and then also that the City Steps document itself is really, really quite marvelous and has some really strong improvements, I think.
So I just want to summarize what I think I heard for those that are present. So it sounds like soon we'll take a vote on the plan as it is written before us, but we've tasked staff, I believe the majority of us, all of us, I think, want staff to, at our next meeting, bring us something that will essentially formalize the process of a 50-50 split of funding in the aid to agencies. And so staff will be bringing that before us next meeting. And I think that we'll be going from there, and we're going to have a vote here very soon, unless someone has more
Well,
comments.
do we need to have a vote on the amendment for Councilor Burgess's thing about removing the, I think it's 15 or whatever, the
15
year
years.
requirement? If you wanted to make that, I would second it.
Do you want to just say remove it completely, or just say has a track record of performing delivery?
I think there has to be some qualification there.
Trust staff to make that judgment, and
You could just strike it. The other criteria is going to be solid enough.
Okay.
If you feel more comfortable with a 5-year or 10-year, that's fine, but
no.
the point's well taken, and as long as we have those other performance objectives in there, staff is comfortable.
And in the draft plan, that's on page 91, I would move to strike the bullet that says, years in existence, agency has been operating for no less than 15 years in its current capacity.
So moved by Burgess,
Second that.
seconded by Mo. And just a voice.
That would be a voice vote, yeah.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. All right, so we are back to the, so with the amendment, we're going to vote on the consolidated plan for 2026-2030 as amended. Roll call, please.
Burgess,
Yes.
Harmsen,
Yes.
Mo,
Yes.
Teague,
Yes.
Alter.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Could I get a motion to accept correspondence?
So moved. Mo?
Second, Burgess.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Mayor, just to be transparent, so tomorrow HCD is scoring, is reviewing the staff scoring for the aid to agencies program. I'm going to just have staff recap this conversation with HCD, so it'll be reflected probably in some recommendations that would come to you later. We'll still put it in writing and get it out, but the timing doesn't quite align, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we are at item number 10. This is council appointments. We have the Housing and Community Development Commission, HCDC. Could I get well, we're going to have the
Amos.
discussion. and
I
then-
really would like to appoint, I think Amos, A-M-O-S.
Amos
Yeah,
Quiche?
Amos, because he served at the TRC for only 9 months. And so if we can give him a chance to serve in another commission. Normally, we will serve for 1 year, 2 years or 3 years. He was only 3 months.
I agree with Amos Quiche.
Any other nominations or that we want to put forth? Any other names?
I don't know if it's just worth a mention. I think there was one person that has done one term, Caleb.
Chair?
Yeah. You know, it just, I mean, I know
They have
we don't
done
like to have
full term.
somebody more than just one full term, no, not
Yeah.
two. So I mean, just throwing that out there.
Yeah, because I think last time was Becky Reader. She did only 1 full term, and we choose somebody else.
I thought all 4 were strong. I would
Sure.
be okay with Amos as well. I certainly remember him from when he came up here. I believe he actually came here to
Yes.
talk about wanting to be on the TRC and what it meant to him. So he's very engaged, and that is certainly something that this commission needs.
Yep.
So.
And also, just talking about this commission, have the city council reach out to the people or not the city council, the city staff. Because I see like there is many absence, so I think maybe people availability has changed. If we can reach out to them and ask them, because this is really important commission, and we can say, hey, maybe your availability has been changed, and
Can you actually outline the process for, like, do we have any procedures for if you've missed so many, you get a warning and then with the process of removal? Can you just lay that out for all of us?
Sure. For city boards and commissions, many, maybe all of them have bylaws. Many of those bylaws speak to attendance issues. Typically, if attendance becomes an issue, the chair of the board or commission will privately speak to the member and say, hey, do you still think it's in your best interest and the city's best interest to stay on, or maybe you're busy and you'd like someone else to have a chance to serve? And oftentimes that results in a voluntary resignation of the member. Otherwise, there is a removal process. It typically requires a hearing and council action, and so that's less pleasant.
Sure.
But
Yeah.
there's a process.
I think it's better to reach out to them the way that you
Yeah,
guys doing
absolutely.
it.
Absolutely.
Yes. So,
Does the chairperson need nudging from the council to make those phone calls, or is
Well,
it
if I understand it, the chairperson is outgoing and you folks just
just voted him out?
Or we're just about to, yeah.
Staff is making those contacts.
yeah, the
Okay,
staff is
thank you.
making the.
All right.
A motion to,
So I only heard of really one motion. Okay? Well, only one name came forth.
yes, yeah.
So if hearing no other individuals, could I get a motion to appoint Amos Quiche
I move.
to the HCDC Commission?
Moved by me, Ms. Saleh.
Second?
Moved by Saleh, seconded by Burgess. Way to work it out. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Moving on to 11, announcements of vacancies previous. 11A, Airport Zoning Board of Commission, 1 vacancy to fill a 5-year term. Airport Zoning Commission, 1 vacancy to fill a 6-year term. Board of Appeals HVAC Professional, 1 vacancy to fill an unexpired term. Historic Preservation Jefferson Street, one vacancy to fill a 3-year term. Historic Preservation Woodlawn Avenue, one vacancy to fill an unexpired term plus a 3-year term. Vacancies will remain open until filled. Item number 12 is City Council information.
I promise I won't go on because we're getting late, but I did go to an amazing conference last week, the Mayor's Innovation Project, and 2 things bubbled to the top. Well, 3, but 2 that I'll mention here. One is that the conference works with mayors coming and council people talking about the things that are going on in their cities, and they do a great job of the conference organizers of putting panels together from disparate cities, strong mayors, small, mid cities, big cities, to talk about solutioning that they've done on particular issues. And one of the things that was incredible was to see how much we are already doing that is being highlighted by other cities. And not just, oh, we're doing that one thing, but on a panel I was able to say, oh my God, in terms of talking about community wealth building, we're doing this, 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 and this, right? And it all comes under that. So it is something, it truly is a testament to the work that the city does, and that was amazing. The other thing that was incredible is that on the tail of talking about community engagement, both through the charter and as Mayor Pro Tem has talked about, as all of we have at points about engaging the community where they are and ways to do that. There are a couple of really good ideas that I'm coming back with about kind of like civic academies. And there's one mayor in particular who talked about it, doing it very specifically and intentionally with the immigrant community, so that then there could be this sort of full network of knowing your rights, knowing what the city does, who you can go to for help, and creating a really good network. So it's very exciting to come back from that conference as well. So I could talk for hours, but I won't. You're welcome.
I guess I'll just follow that up, Counselor, with, today is it's an interesting political moment, right? Yesterday and today. And I think it's really, really energizing and empowering to be able to lead with you all in this moment. And I was talking with another elected colleague recently about kind of what this moment might mean for us. And I said, I'm more hopeful than I've been in a long time. And it really directly relates to, Mayor, what you were saying about collaboration, and that, we are coming together and finding ways to work together in, having lived in this community my whole life, in ways that I don't think we have before. And hearing the interest from, former Mayor Balmer, hearing about that kind of civic engagement and what still holds true 50 years later when we are faced with such a different political moment. And just knowing that on this council, I think we all work really well together. We have a lot of mutual respect, and we will work with anyone. We will hear anyone. We will entertain all kinds of creative solutions, and that our staff and our executive supports all of that, carries out our strategic plan, doesn't waver in their commitment to our shared values. I really am encouraged. It's terrifying and just, abhorrent, some of the things that are already happening, but I believe that locally we will continue to make a difference and to hold each other and protect each other and care for each other, and I'm just grateful to have that chance with all of you.
Kind of along those lines, and I just saw former Supervisor Royce-Ann Porter out in the hallway, but I was going to give a shout out to her and Black Voices Project for the wonderful Martin Luther King Jr. observance, and thank you to the mayor who spoke at that. It was the perfect place to be yesterday at that exact time, and so thank you. It was a beautiful, beautiful event, and very lucky to be in a community where that's a thing that people could go to. So.
Yeah, I couldn't make it yesterday because I was listening to the federal level integration. So anyway, it was very bad for most of the immigrants, I think. Today we are hearing a lot of things going on in town. So I hope will give us the chance to make our local, if we cannot change the federal level, as Council Berger said, we need to be more than unite. Like, we need to unite more than ever during this tough time. And I hope, like, also the government's level, whether the county or the city, school, and everything, I hope they support as much as they can the immigrants in the community by providing education, by helping whatever, like, I don't know, any way that we can, because those are people who live in our community and the makeup of the, like, really, especially the immigrants who are adding, like, really good, they are a good addition to our community. And I hope we can.
Lots going on in our community, and all I can say is we will get through it together. All right, we're going to move on to the next item, which is item number 13, report from our city staff, city manager's office,
Nothing tonight.
city attorney office.
Speaking of getting it through it together, a shout out to many of the city staff who were met with rather frosty temperatures in City Hall today, including in the 50s. It's my understanding city manager was met with the temperatures in the 40s yesterday when he popped into the office. So we got through it together.
Yes. All right. City clerk. All right. Item number 14, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Alter, seconded by Saleh. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned.